That's for the bacon. That's for the eggs. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining today's meeting of the DNC Bylaws and Rules and Bylaws Committee. For those of you watching online, I am Mignon Moore, and I serve as co-chair of this committee alongside my distinguished colleague and long-serving co-chair, Jim Roosevelt. Before we embark on our work, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is to call the roll. As always, I do want to note for the record that this meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed today. Please be sure to state your name and your state before speaking for those listening remotely and for our court reporter. We're glad to be joined again by Helen McFadden, our parliamentarian here in Pittsburgh this week. Helen, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Alex? Ms. Andrews? Here. Mr. Applebaum?
Here.
Ms. Blanco?
Presente.
Ms. Brazil has given her proxy to Ms. Daughtry. Ms. Brown has given her proxy to Ms. Verrett. Mr. Buckley?
Here.
Ms. Campana-Wheaton?
I just was following them.
Here. Don't need to yell.
Ms. Cardona has given her proxy to Mr. Leon. Mr. Carnahan has given his proxy to Mr. Eldridge. Ms. Conrad? Okay. Ms. Daughtry?
Here.
Mr. De Villapanes?
Here.
Ms. Davis? Here. Mr. Devermont? Ms. Dingle has given her proxy to Ms. Moore. Ms. Dowdell?
Here.
Ms. Dugarala?
Here.
Mr. Eldridge? Ms. Fowler?
Here.
Ms. Free has given her proxy to Ms. Fowler. Mr. Goodman?
Here.
Ms. Hernandez has given her proxy to Ms. Spain. Mr. Hicks? Mr. Wynn has given his proxy to Mr. Ray. Ms. Kmark has given her proxy to Mr. Roosevelt. Mr. Cap?
Here.
Mr. Kerrigan?
Here.
Ms. Gleb has given her proxy to Mr. Buckley. Mr. Leon?
Here.
Ms. Lewis has given her proxy to Ms. Blanco. Ms. Lopez Franson has given her proxy to Mr. Thompson. Mr. McDonald?
Here.
Ms. Monroe Moreno?
Here.
Mr. Munez has given his proxy to Mr. Alex. Mr. Mareb has given his proxy to Ms. Dugarala. Mr. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Seltzer?
Here.
Mr. Shea?
Here.
Ms. Spain?
Here.
Mr. Spate has given his proxy to Ms. Schwecker. Ms. Schwecker?
Here.
Mr. Thompson? Present. Mr. Schreiber has given his proxy to Mr. Cap. Mr. Unamoto?
Morning.
Ms. Verrett? Mr. Washington? Here. Certainly that exceeds 20, Madam Chair.
We have a quorum per our charter and bylaws. A quorum is 40% or 20 members present in person or by proxy. Jim?
Thank you, Mignon, and thank you, Helen. Today's order of business is to begin our review of the call for the 2028 Democratic National Convention. This is the second of three main documents that we will be reviewing this year, the last document being the regulations of the Rules and Bylaws Committee that we won't take up today yet. The call for the convention specifies the number of delegates and alternates each state and territory will elect, as well as the number of members each state and territory will have on the 3 convention standing committees. The call also includes the temporary rules of procedure for the National Convention, which are used by the Convention's Rules Committee to establish the Convention's permanent rules. Along with the 2028 delegate selection rules, which we have completed our review of yesterday, our committee will complete the call to convention ahead of the DNC's summer meeting. These two documents will then be considered and adopted by the full DNC membership at our meeting in August. After the adoption of the rules and call by the full DNC membership, the Rules and Bylaws Committee will approve its regulations, which further define aspects of the rules and call, along with a model delegate selection plan and checklist. Staff have worked on reviewing the document, and beyond the updating of dates from the 2028 call from the 2024 call, they have made some recommendations where there are redundancies or lack of clarity. Similar to the way we went through delegate selection rules to facilitate the discussion, our recommendation is that this committee go line by line in our review. If a member has an amendment to a section within the rule we are reviewing, we will vote on that amendment before moving to the next section or member amendment. Does anyone have any questions as we begin? With that, let's get started with our review of the call. Will or Sham, will you please begin presenting the proposed call to the convention?
We will start with Article 1. Before we begin our discussion, Sham will provide an overview of Section 1.
Sorry, the one question I had, so when we started the rules, how? When we started the rules, it was ad seriatim. Do we need to move that first?
Yeah.
Cool, so are we good?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, co-chairs. Morning, everybody. Article 1 provides for the total number of delegates and how they are allocated to each of the individual states and territories. Additionally, it provides for the awarding of bonus delegates for states who move their contests later in the window or hold regional contests. Beyond updating dates, the only staff recommended amendment is to Section J, which just adds in former chairpersons of the DNC. So we now have 2 former chairs of the DNC who are DNC members, and it effectively states that they serve as national delegates by virtue of their DNC member position, and not because they are former chairs of the DNC. Similar to the members of the House, senators, and governors who are members of the DNC.
Thank you, Sham. Members, the floor is open for discussion and amendments as we review the section in chronological order. We will now begin with discussion of Section 1, starting with Section 1A. Do members have any proposed amendments to Section 1A? Seeing none. Section 1B. Section 1C. Frank?
Good morning, Frank Leon, D.C. I was thinking about an amendment, but I'm not going to make one. I just wanted to comment. Section C provides for bonus delegates, and this section was adopted in 2012 to address what was viewed as a problem front-loading, that is primaries moving up in the calendar. And so what it does is it provides a 10 or 20% bonus for states that have their processes in April or May, and also a 15% bonus for states that have primaries that are clustered together. So this was adopted in 2012, and it was fairly popular that year. There were 32 states that were within those periods, and a total of 470 bonus delegates. Since then, it's been reduced to 22, 24, 21, and 23 states, and the number of bonus delegates in 2024 was down to 179. So it's not 100% clear that it actually has served its purpose of avoiding front-loading. On the other hand, it's not clear that it hasn't, and that we might be worse off if we didn't have it. And there's states, especially the smaller states that come later in the process, do take advantage of those bonus delegates. So I think it's something we should continue to take a look at and evaluate, but I don't have any changes recommended for this cycle.
Thank you, Frank. Any more comments on 1C? 1D? Any comments on 1D? One E. One F. One G. David?
1G allocates, appears to allocate seats to basically all of the formers, and we've added in a section for the former chairpersons. I guess I'm curious as to why 1J isn't redundant, the last sentence of 1J isn't redundant of 1G. The last sentence of 1J says that various Democratic office holders and all the formers will serve as delegates by virtue of their membership of the Democratic National Committee. Didn't we already make them delegates in 1G?
It's actually a good observation, is there?
Do you want to answer
Frank?
that, Rick?
Jim?
I believe the language in 1J is intended to make clear that they may run and be elected as pledged delegates, even though they are automatic delegates, but if they prefer, they may run as pledged delegates.
No, I agree. That's what the first sentence of 1J does. It's the last sentence which basically says they'll serve as delegates, but they've already been given votes and seats. So
I think Rick has an opinion on this. Rick?
That last sentence of J was added just as a clarification for how we count them in our chart, because they fall into two categories. And so the question was, do we count them as for members of Congress in their congressional seat or list or governors, or do we count them as their membership on the DNC? And we thought it was easier and clearer if we count all DNC members first, basically, and then this section, last sentence of J says that we count them as DNC members, but recognize that they fall into those other categories as well.
Okay. 1H, sorry about that. I'm sorry. 1H. Section 1I, 1I. And section, oh, David, okay. Okay. And section J, as we just discussed. Well, thank you, everyone. Keith, I'm sorry. Is that for section J?
I might define it more of a section K. We've all raised the issue of states achieving their affirmative action and inclusion goals. So I'd like to propose a K stipulating that states that meet all their affirmative action and inclusion goals shall increase their delegates by converting 5% of the alternates to delegates.
Is there?
I'm sorry, can you
there's-
say the language a little slower?
Did someone
States,
second?
any second? I guess not.
It doesn't seem to be a second on your motion.
All right. Okay. Being just the qualification, I'm proposing this because not all states meet their affirmative action and inclusion goals. So I'm proposing to provide an incentives for the states that do achieve it by stating states that meet all their affirmative action and inclusion goals shall increase their number of delegates by converting 5% of their alternates to delegates.
Okay,
So there won't be an issue. I think in past we talked about number of seats and all of that. And I think that provides an incentive for states to achieve their affirmative action and give them more incentive to actually do that more aggressive outreach efforts that I think is so important to our victory in November.
Second, for reasons to encourage discussion.
thank you. Carol?
I'm curious, and I don't, maybe Rick, somebody can tell us, how many states do meet their goals? I mean, are we talking about adding hundreds of delegates or 2 or 3 delegates?
Jason, you want to?
Yeah, I will do my best, Ms. Fowler, to answer your question. I think it's very hard to know that answer because it is a self-defined, self-reported demographic piece. So in the certified system that we use, when state parties are only required to provide, name, contact information and such of the delegates, and then delegates have to go in and fill out their profiles, build that, and that's what helps us determine that. So there's, figuring this out would be a very complex challenge because it would require state parties then to collect that information, report that through. It'd be a burden on them, I think, with this. So to answer your question, there isn't a perfect way to know because we never quite know, and it's all self-reporting of what folks do. But I know, in the state, they're trying to meet those goals, and they're reporting them out, and they're showing, and they're doing their press releases saying, look at how diverse our delegation is. It's the most diverse we had, and highlighting those facts. But that's done on that state level that way by, how campaigns have put together a slate of candidates in that state.
So we don't have any idea. Is that what you're saying?
We have an idea of some of those members, and we track them, but it's all self-reporting and changes. As people are filling it out right until the day before convention last time and are going in and doing it. It isn't where it's done beforehand. Or we try to get them done beforehand, and our delegate trackers work on that, but it is.
So I'm wondering how this whole, I'm all for giving people a reason to meet those goals, but it seems like it would be difficult to implement if we never know whether they've met the goals. And the other piece of that, of course, would be how do you elect these extra delegates because your process is already complete before you know. And so then do you reopen your state convention or go back to the ballot or what in order to get these numbers? I'm just not sure how feasible this is. Although I wouldn't object to finding some ways to reward states that meet their goals, only if we can tell which states those are.
Thank you. Raymond?
Thank you, Ray Buckley from New Hampshire. Keith, I'm just curious as how you get to the 5% for, I significant number of states. We only have two alternates, and I was trying to quickly do 5% of 2.
So I'm more than happy to make the modification with a minimum of 1 or rounding up. But I think more important is we've always had a problem with data. We need to get that data because for purposes of winning in November, each of the caucuses and councils, it behooves them to find out who's a delegate to the convention. And if we're not trying to get that as part of our exercise to win November, because those are probably the most motivated people when it comes to participating in the November campaign. And in light of that, so I'm willing, I wanted to put it on the table for discussion. I've mentioned it the last 10 years I was on the RBC, and we could kick the can down, but my purpose is to win in November. So it's not hundreds. 5% when you think of 3,000 is 150. We're not talking, and it'll probably be a little bit more because New Hampshire, instead of in modifying the 5%, you get 1 more. And in that exercise now, I mean, ideally, at point in time when the delegates are submitting their forms, there's incentive for the campaigns, the party to work together to identify those and plug them into the respective outreach campaigns of those communities.
Well, I absolutely respect and support the concept of encouraging all states to meet their goals. And the idea of getting another delegate is great. Would you consider thinking of alternative, other than just giving a delegate? There are many other different things that we could do for a delegation that met their goals.
Oh, I'm happy to do, kind of listen in, but we don't discuss it if it's not on the table. And how we exercise this effort so that we win. Too much after the convention, like Secretary Ray indicated, we do not know. This provides that incentive and effort. Is there another way? Certainly. Do we give them a seat in the skybox? The speakers,
You're reading my mind.
the chair's skybox. And then we'll go to our chair and say, what do you think of that?
Stuart? Thank you.
That allows Rusty to hopefully go and have another ticket to the skybox. But yeah.
Stuart? Yes.
Stuart Applewell from New York. My concern would be how we would ascertain whether or not a state has achieved their goals. I would imagine that each state would claim that they have met their goals. Would it then be up to the Rules and Bylaws Committee to determine whether or not has really met its goals? Would there be a process of challenges to what a state has said about meeting their goals? I absolutely support the goal of ensuring that affirmative action and inclusion goals are met, but I do not think that this is the process for doing that.
So appreciate the feedback. So if there are other ideas, I'm certainly open because
Chief, we do have other people that want to speak
sorry,
to it,
okay.
so there might be other ideas. Bishop Daughtry? For or against, I don't know.
Good morning, Leah Daughtry from New York. I'm a question, Keith. So by converting alternates to delegates, that means those are more voting delegates, right?
correct.
So that changes a candidate's voting math.
Calculation, yes.
In terms of how many delegates they need for the nomination in the event we have more than one still standing at the end. And is your concern about the data? Because you said at one point, these are the people who are committed, willing to work, and that the state parties and others would benefit from knowing who those delegates are. Is that part of the goal here?
Absolutely, and
Okay.
having each state actually find out and aggressively find out, and then hopefully the delegates themselves.
So it seems to me,
Recognize it.
based on what the secretary has said, we do have that data. The data is collected.
Not in the total accuracy, and some of the
Well,
data.
because it's self-reported.
Correct.
Right, because the delegate has to say if they are queer or not, or black or Latino, or it's a self-identifying thing. So you don't know until the delegate self-identifies. So if a delegate chooses, to say they're Latino and we thought they were black, or they're black and they thought that, you don't know because you have to go by what people are calling themselves, right? So it's after the delegates complete their forms that that Jason does have the data, right? That can be shared. So, but that's different from, I think, understanding whether the plans that the states have submitted are aligning with the delegates who were chosen or elected. So I'm trying to understand what the goal is here.
The goal is to, first and foremost, try to, or actually, go is to get all states and territories to meet 100% plus their goals on affirmative action and inclusion. Are there other methods? And so if there are kind of negative comments on it, ideally, throwing it on the table is asking for how we can do it, because we're only talking about 250,000 votes, and Trump would not be president right now.
So my opinion, I think there is some merit in comparing the states where they wind up with what their plan was in the beginning and seeing where the fall off is. I'm a little concerned about converting folks who were non-voting to now be voting, which impacts the delegate math for a nominee in terms of how many delegates they have to have in order to reach majority. So that part concerns me. Because that, in theory, a candidate wouldn't know until they get to the convention, based on when delegate certification has to happen. You wouldn't know until you get to the convention how many delegates you have to have and whether you need to go hunting.
By a margin of probably 160.
Yeah, but if we're contested,
Oh, yeah.
then that 160 becomes, finding 81 becomes a big deal.
Yes. And
David?
so,
I'm sorry, Keith, did you have something else you were going to say? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you, Keith? David?
Related to Leah's last comments, the secretary has to certify when a majority, absolute majority has been reached so that we know when the automatic delegates are able to vote, which means that if we can't get certifications from the states as to exactly how many delegates they have, the secretary's office may not be able to perform the certification and delay that into the process. So I think there are some potential issues there. And then I think there are some potential issues there when we start putting pressure on people to self-identify who do not necessarily want their status to be known or recorded on a list someplace for future reference. That's why we leave it up to their choice. So I'm not inclined to support this amendment, at least until it's got more of the side effects figured out.
Thank you. Gary?
Gary Shea, California. My question would be, how do you determine which alternates are converted to delegates? Because, for example, in California, we have several alternates, and then we get some of those converted into delegates, but which ones? Because they're district elected, and which candidates, and how would that be determined when you have a multi-candidate field? I applaud the idea of trying to make, or get states to meet their goals, but I don't think this is the way to do it. Thank you.
Alicia?
Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. I just have a question about the math, Keith. You're not adding numbers, you're converting numbers. Is that correct? Because I want to address what Bishop Daughtry said about candidates going after, counting, right?
Yeah.
So
So,
I'm guessing they would pursue the alternates as well.
so
Are you adding or are you converting?
technically, what I said would add by a maximum of 5% of the total 3,200 roughly?
Okay, so you're adding, you're not converting delegates, you're
Well,
adding people.
you're converting the alternates, and there is, response to Gary, we have alternates all the time. The states have procedures on who to pick on alternates, so I don't think that's an issue per se. I think, but most importantly, this is to be put on the table.
No,
No-
I'm asking
yeah.
the question
Okay,
because
on your
I
question,
applaud
yes,
diversity.
yes, the answer to your question,
You're adding.
it would be an adding
Okay.
of the base number of delegates. Sort of like when there's incentives for states when they had the other variations. We have, this body has provided incentive to, in past,
I just wanted to know if you were adding or you were converting, and you're adding.
okay, yeah.
Jim, did you have something?
Yes. I support, and I'm a strong believer in the intention of providing more incentive for meeting affirmative action goals. I think, aside from the mechanical problems that have been raised with implementing this proposal, this converts something that, yes, is a goal, but it's also a requirement. You can challenge on the basis of states not meeting their goals. Usually that would involve not making sufficient effort to meet their goals, to paying lip service but not really undertaking meeting affirmative action goals or having programs to meet them. I think this converts something into almost an aspiration that is a fundamental requirement. So I'm going to vote with my proxy at least against this, even though I support the basic idea, Keith. I think, thank you for focusing us on it, but I don't think this is how we can deal with it.
We have Frank and Artie, and we'll move to a vote.
Yeah, frankly, I agree with all the prior issues that raised the practical concerns. Another practical concern is which alternates. If you have two alternates and one is for candidate Smith and one is for candidate Jones, who gets promoted? I think, I've always thought it was a little strange, though, that we didn't have more transparency on the results of the affirmative action efforts and more data on it. And so I don't have a rules change, but if the Secretary's office does try to get that information, if they could, I don't know, try harder and have that when at least each state would get a report card back at the end of the process to encourage participation. I think that is important because we do have these goals, but then it sort of kind of gets lost, it seems. So if we followed up on that more and made it certainly available to the state parties, I think that would be a good step towards addressing the problem that Keith's motion raises.
I think that's a great point, Frank, and something we could probably do, I think, as this body in our post-convention review process, when we review how did the rules work and things, look at those numbers at that point and just assess, how our programs are working and the efforts there.
Thank you. Artie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree, Mr. Leon, you were going exactly where I was about to go. because I do believe that we, in 2 processes ago, I believe, we were given a report from either Party Affairs or the Secretary's office that included what we knew the last 2 conventions, what their numbers were and what their percentage, what their goals were for each state. And we were given that information right before we were starting the delegate selection plan reviews process. So I would like to request, if it's possible, with the caveat that, of course, this is self-identified. So I completely understand that. I know in our state of Nevada, Artie Blanco, Nevada, in Nevada, we do make a point in our process to collect information from our delegates. And Mr. Secretary, you said something about that we don't require states to give us. If they've collected that information, they're not required to give that to the DNC as part of their certification or not? I was confused.
They can if they have it, but it's part of the profile that delegates fill out when they log in to certify and put all of that in. And it's also where delegates go and put their information for accessibility issues that they need and things like that. So while state parties are collecting, it's also the way for us to have it on the permanent record that way.
Okay, thank you.
So Keith, you've heard most of the discussion, and I'm prepared to move to a vote, or if you.
I really wanted this to be part of the discussion.
Okay.
That we recognize that we need to get this data. And I would imagine every single caucus and council would like to get as good a database when we're running into the November election that they're going to participate in on our phone banks. They're going to be, if not that, fundraising. But that doesn't happen all the time. There's a level of, I've talked to many people, not just the Asian caucus, on the frustrations we have about getting and being able to communicate with those individuals. And when we're talking about 250,000 votes this last time, and 77,000 votes we won the time before, I put it on the table more for purposes of I'm glad we talk about the technical, but I want to put people's thinking cap in how we can achieve this. And maybe it's the chairman and sort of the inference of here's a perk at the convention for those that meet these.
So did you mention that you wanted to withdraw, or you want to?
Yeah, I know I don't have the votes, but I didn't think I had it in the first place, but I wanted it to be part of the discussion.
It's been a very good discussion, and I would encourage you to continue to discuss it with your colleagues around the table, because it sounds like they're very interested in trying to figure out a path for this, a reasonable path. Well, since he's withdrawn, I think that concludes everything in Article 1, and we can move on to Article 2 with Jim. Thank you so much, Keith, for presenting that for us.
Yes, thank you, Keith, and thank you, everybody, for good discussion of an important issue. Moving on to Article 2 of the call for the 2020 convention. Before we begin discussion or hear proposed amendments, Will is going to provide a brief overview of this section.
Thank you, sir. Article 2 establishes the temporary role of the Democratic National Convention and empowers the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee to notify the Secretary of the DNC of any states not found in compliance.
So we'll begin our discussion of Article 2, starting with Section 2A. Do members have any proposed amendments to Section 2A? How about 2B? Yes, David.
I'm not sure I have an amendment, but I do have I guess it's a concern, but in 2B, the State Democratic Party is certifying delegates. And the sentence around line 76 says thereby undertakes to assure, and then there's a long list of things that the State Democratic Party is assuring, one of which is that the delegates the state party has certified will not publicly support or campaign for any candidate for president. I just don't know how a state Democratic Party can assure what a delegate that has already been elected will do down the road. I mean, it's one thing to ask the delegate to certify that they won't do it, but to ask the state Democratic chair and state Democratic Party to say, we're certifying that Rick, who looks like a normal person, will not go out and later support the Republican or some other candidate, seems to me to be a bit much. I do not have an amendment today, but I just want to raise it, and maybe the state chairs have their own opinions as to whether they should be certifying this, but that's what it seems to say.
Any further discussion or comment? All right, David, I understand the comment, and I understand the problem, that's a matter of...
I see where you're going. Let me move to delete the phrase, and that the delegates it certified will not publicly support or campaign for any candidate for president or vice president other than the nominees at the Democratic National Convention. I'll move to delete it, and then either we'll vote on it or it'll be noted for future.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, frankly, on DC, I think we should leave it in there with all due respect. While the state party can't guarantee it, what this is telling the state party is you should get the statement from the delegates that they won't, and then the state party can rely on that rather than taking it out entirely. I don't see a need to take it out entirely. I understand that somebody can change their mind and the state party won't be held responsible for it, but I think making that a point as part of the delegate selection, and an important point as part of the delegate selection, is worthwhile keeping in.
Wendy?
Thank you. Wendy Davis from Georgia. I was along the same lines of Mr. Leone. And in part, I think we signed something, right? When we're signing up to be a delegate, that will follow all these rules. Maybe we just need to be more explicit in what we have people who run to be delegates and therefore can be delegates, that they understand that even if it's their person who doesn't win, they still have an obligation to support the nominee. I think if the more explicit we are, maybe that will meet the concern that David is expressing.
Carol?
I think we're asking, I never noticed this before, but I think we're asking state party chairs to do something that they can't honestly do. They've got to pretend that they can make this happen. Why not make every delegate somehow? You don't get your credentials if you don't promise this, something, but don't put it in, don't make state party chairs promise to do something that they just can't really do. But they have to do it. I mean, they have to sign it, or we're not going to let them participate. So let's make it make it the individual delegate's responsibility and not the state party's responsibility.
Alicia?
Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. I appreciate this language. As a former state party chair, we had a delegate from a prior convention, sign up as a pledged delegate for candidate A, and then go out publicly all over social media trashing candidate A. And then in the next cycle, they wanted to be a delegate. And that was specifically cited by the candidate. No, they campaigned against the last person they said yes to. And so when they were not eligible to be a delegate, I was able to say, you signed this thing saying that you wouldn't do it, you did it, and the candidate has a right to say they don't want you. So it was incredibly helpful. I wasn't the chair through all of those things, but I was able as the chair to say, you did this thing, you signed this, go away. So it was helpful.
Raymond?
Ray Buckley, New Hampshire. I see this as an extra tool for the chair to have an excuse to have the conversation. I have utilized this section before saying, I have to certify, so I have to have this conversation with you. Otherwise, they will simply go, why you talk, don't talk to me. This gives the chair the opportunity to say, I have to have this conversation with you. Let's talk about your allegiance. And so I would oppose removing it. As I said, I've used it as a tool in the past.
David?
I agree that it's really the delegate's responsibility, and if we have not specified in the delegate selection rules, then perhaps we should, that a delegate, as part of their letter requesting approval from the presidential campaign, has also got to certify or pledge in that pledge letter that they will not support anyone other than the nominee of the party, so that it's the delegate's responsibility. I just don't see, after a delegate is has been elected, that the state chair is going to step in and say, oh, well, you're elected, but unless you allow me to certify this, somehow or another you're going to be removed as a delegate, even though there's no real process for doing that or going back and undoing the election. To me, what's the enforcement mechanism if the state chair certifies it but hasn't done their homework? Maybe we should go check and make sure that every state chair has had a conversation with every delegate to make sure that they have certified in good faith, as opposed to simply relying on the delegate's good faith. I just think it's potentially troublesome language when the real issue is, did the delegate agree to participate in good faith in the convention and then not oppose or not support any other candidate after the convention? I think that is in the delegate selection rules as a condition of participation, but maybe it needs to be in the letters. But I don't like troublesome things that can later be asserted as a challenge or an investigation that don't have much meaning.
Frank?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment, frankly, on DC, I'd like to make an amendment so it states that the delegate, it's certified, has affirmed that, or the delegates certified have affirmed that they will not publicly support.
I would agree to that.
And your seconder will agree with that?
Carol, would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's the idea is they would say that, and the delegates it's certified have affirmed that they will not publicly support or campaign for president.
Yes.
So with the maker of the motion and the seconder agreeing with that, we now have modified language in front of us. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go for a vote. All those in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. If you'd asked me 10 minutes ago whether this would be a positive vote, I would have been skeptical. Shows you what we can do with discussion. All right, so that was, I think that was 2B. Any amendments to 2C? Hearing none, I think that we have, do we have one? Oh, Indira.
Thank you. Indira de Guerrero from Colorado. I just would like to update the language from bona fide to eligible, like we did in the delegate selection plan, where it says it is presumed that the delegates and the alternates of the Democratic National Convention, when certified pursuant to the call, are bona fide Democrats, and I don't like the word. I think we should use eligible. That's the word we decided on for the delegate selection plan instead of bona fide. So I would like that consistency seen in the call as well. What is bona fide?
That means you might not be one at the time, but you could be later.
No, you have to be a registered.
Eligible. If you use eligible, you're not.
Derek, can you remind us where in the rules we made that change?
In the delegate selection plan, we updated that in Rule 13, E2, and then several other places after that, where we changed it in the last sentence, from bona fide to eligible supporters, as long as at a minimum 2 names remain for every position to which the presidential candidate is entitled.
Line 63.
Line 63. I don't know what bona fide is.
All right, do we have this language on the screen she's suggesting?
So if you, I guess would folks want me to just talk through where in the delegate selection rules this change was made? It was
Yeah,
in,
it's in Rule 13, D2, sorry, E2, on the very, line 62 or 63,
so
on page
it's in-
13.
Yeah, it's in the delegate selection rules in the context of the presidential campaign's right of review, where the committee changed the word bona fide supporters to eligible supporters. I guess.
Frank?
Frankly, in D.C., but that's different. That just deals with the candidate and the list of supporters that, and the basis for taking people off that list. Here we're talking about, more broadly, about people who are bona fide Democrats. It's similar language that's used later on in the presidential section, in presidential candidate section. And that also talks a little more about what it means. But I think we want to keep that requirement in place in this particular section. The 2 sections are doing 2 different things.
True, but, yeah, no, to me, it's not right.
So, pardon me? Yes, Gary?
I'd also point out that bona fide means in good faith, whereas eligible means you could be, which could mean that you aren't at the time. So I think the current language is more appropriate.
Okay.
Gary? Keith?
I like the language in the prior section that we amended, where the burden is a certification coming from the delegate themselves. This is kind of a presumption. So states may do this already in terms of their delegation and their commitment, as if there's no quote-unquote party affiliation within their state, that they provide some certification. And attorneys, if you have ideas of how we can couch that, assuming that we go in that direction, where we have the delegate themselves certify that they, if there is no registration within the respective states, that they would be a member of the Democratic Party.
So,
With that-
Indira, would you like to make a specific motion, and we can see if it has a second?
Sure, we'll do that.
Did I make
We
sense?
could make a motion to change it to legitimate.
Sorry, can you speak that into the microphone?
Sorry, can we change that to, instead of if eligible does not work, does legitimate work?
It's closer.
Would you say that once more?
That's correct, exactly as was written, to amend
What's
the
on
language,
on the
change it.
screen? Is there a second for that motion? I don't hear a second. Second for that motion? Sorry, the motion fails. Okay, anything else on 2B?
2C.
I'm sorry, 2C? Hearing nothing else, that concludes our review of Article 2.
We're now moving on to Article 3, Delegate Selection Deadline. Before we begin the discussion or hear proposed amendments, Sean will provide an overview of this section.
It's a long one. Article 3 sets the deadline by which states must complete the process for selecting delegates and alternates to the National Convention.
And because it is so short, we'll just read it. All state parties are required to take all steps necessary and appropriate to complete the process of selecting delegates to the 2028 Democratic National Convention no later than June 24th, 2028. Is there any discussion around the date? Seeing none, we can move on to Article 4. Thank you very much.
Will provide us with a brief overview of Article 4.
Thank you, sir. Article 4 details the process for certifying a state's delegation, including the pledge and automatic delegates. It also outlines the replacement procedure for pledge and automatic delegates, provides for the selection of a delegation chair, and delegation pages to the National Convention.
Thanks, Will. The floor is open for discussion. Do members have any proposed amendments to Article 4A?
I just have a question.
Carol.
A couple of places it says these people must be certified 10 days after their election and 10 days after the completion. Does that mean you can't do it 9 days after, or what if the 10th day is a Sunday? I mean, can we, that just seems an odd wording. We've probably had it for 100 years and it's probably worked well, but it just seems very odd that it has to be 10 days, not 8 days.
So are you proposing that this be amended to say within 10 days?
I would propose that amendment, yes.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Thank you, Carol. Anything else on Section 4A? Section 4B, do we have any amendments or comments? 4C.
Is she going to say with?
Same motion. Do we have the same second? And let's see if we have the same vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed say no. I think we do. All right. Anything else on 4C? 4D. David?
We've, or at least staff has proposed adding the word removal to the line 72. Is there a cross-reference to what the conditions are that lead to a removal of a delegate after they've been elected?
Sorry, Dave, that was in an earlier draft that when we sent out a PDF, it's not in the, it's not in
okay,
the
good,
proposed draft.
all right. That takes care of that easily. Easiest motion I've ever done.
Sorry.
Anything else on 4D? Seeing nothing. 4E. For F. Oh, Carol. No, never mind, okay. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I believe President Klebb had introduced language to amend Section E.
I've heard some rumor of that, but I haven't actually seen it.
Oh, okay. Does anyone have it? If not,
I'll put the language up on the screen.
Pardon me?
I have the language.
Okay. So someone here who is present will need to move it if we're going to.
Oh, I'll move it.
So
Now-
the lang.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
The language is an amendment to Section E, and it's to remove the first sentence, so each delegation select one person to serve as the delegation chair. So it'd be to strike that and add the line, the state party chair shall be the delegation chair unless a 2/3 majority of the pledged, pleo, and automatic delegates request an election for delegation chair.
All right. Any discussion? Coleman, would you like to lead off?
I would, and again, thank you, Co-Chair. Very quickly, and then I'll be quiet and turn the floor over to any of my colleagues or anyone else who would like to speak to this. There are some duties that fall to, specific duties that fall to the delegation chair that are outlined in our rules and the call that state party chairs are engaged in almost from the start. And one of the reasons for this change is that we felt that clarifying who is responsible created less uncertainty, frankly, at times less drama, which sometimes is very helpful throughout a long process. And this does not take away from roll calls or honorary co-chairs or anything of that nature. That is a completely different process and issue. This simply deals with the delegation chair and the role and responsibilities of that position. So that is the rationale behind our desire to amend that language, and I would urge support. Thank you so much, Co-Chair.
Thank you. David?
I have a couple of procedural questions. Is there a time limit? I mean, when can the two-thirds on the first day of the convention show up and say, okay, 2/3 of us want to change chairs? Or does this have to be done by a time certain? And in the event that the 2/3 make the request, is there an obligation by the state chair to actually call a meeting to replace themselves? And if so, how fast? And I realize that may sound, the latter comment may sound trivial, but having been once part of a 4-year multi-court battle to get a state chair to actually call a meeting to elect the new state chair, it's non-trivial. So if we're going to put this in, I think we ought to put in the rest of the procedure. When do you have to make the request? How soon afterwards would a meeting have to be called, and so on?
Chair Martin?
I believe, and Mr. Secretary, you could confirm this, that there is already a self-imposed deadline in this procedure, that the states have to certify who their delegation chair is by a certain deadline. And so that would, in effect, I hear what you're saying, but it's already included in these rules.
In that case, how fast is that deadline after the delegates know that they're elected? I want to be clear on the
It's right in
procedures.
there.
Right, so within 3 days, you have to get a 2/3 majority to change this, to call a meeting that's not specified.
David, as you know, I'm sorry, as you know, because you've been to conventions before, state chairs will convene a meeting of all the delegates for the purpose of electing all of these various positions and all the formal business that they have to certify then within that first meeting to the DNC all of their pages, all of their committee appointments, the delegation chair, et cetera. And so that process, nothing will change about that process. The only thing this would provide for in this point would be an election for the delegation chair, which we haven't done before.
Right, so if I'm understanding what you're saying, this would mean at that very first delegation meeting, every agenda must include an item of, do we want to have an election for the chair? Because otherwise you have no way of knowing whether or not you have to have an election.
That is correct.
And then if 2/3 vote to have an election, so this is 2/3 of those present and voting, is it? That's what I'm asking. It's not 2/3 of the entire delegation, whether they're there. It's 2/3 of those present and voting. If they request an election, then there will be an immediate election held. Is that? I know that. That's why I'm raising the question, so we don't have confusion down the road. But if that's what's intended, I think we should change the language to reflect that. So.
Wendy?
Thank you. I understand that further in the call are details of what the delegation chair's responsibilities are. My question is the serious responsibilities that I understand this is trying to address by putting those responsibilities to the state chair. Would it be possible for us to, where we're listing those responsibilities, give those responsibilities to the state chair elsewhere rather than that being to the delegation chair? And part of the reason I'm asking this, I think in many ways, the delegation chair tends to be selected as the state chair. And I understand the concerns that if it's just a random person everybody likes and that random person doesn't have the capacity to do all the work that the state chair has to do, then we have a mess. I understand that's what that's trying to address. Can we outline those responsibilities being the state chair's responsibilities rather than delegation chairs? The thing I have found at that delegation meeting that the chairman was talking about, there are a whole bunch of brand new people who've never been involved in the process. I don't like the idea of saying, here's an election for you, but it's not really an election. We're telling you the state chair is going to be it unless 2/3 of you disagree. That just feels awkward to me and not participatory. And again, my reflection is not on the pleos and stuff who'll get over, but it's the new people. And this is the first thing we're asking them to do together. So just wondering if that was a possible solution to the underlying problem that this is trying to address. Because I always thought the delegation chair part was really just a ceremonial thing anyway.
Keith?
Yes, just for technical purposes, you can request any election, and I would recommend that we say request and elect another delegation chair. So where it says automatic delegates request an election, there's nothing explicit that there is an election.
The chair is the delegation chair. It's only 2/3.
No, I'm just saying, if just you're requesting an election, but there's the election itself. So request and elect another delegation chair.
You don't have to elect another chair. It could still be.
Yes, you're trying to make this self-executing, basically, right? Good.
So between the lines, it means you're electing it.
Did I understand the chair to say that, that when they elect all the other things at the first meeting, that the chair is elected then? I was trying to understand what he said earlier.
Most state parties, I believe, Leah, and now not every state party does it this way, but I believe most state parties convene a meeting of their delegation, and at the delegation is when they essentially certify all the standing committee appointments and certify the pages as well as who the delegation chair is. Typically, in the past, there's no election per se. It's presented to the delegation. The delegation takes a vote on that.
And part of what they're voting on is the delegation chair? Is that part of the?
Correct. In the past, that's how it's been. It's just presented, here's the slate of the delegation chair, standing committee members, the pages, and other, I think that's it. That's at a delegation meeting.
So then this would seem to be a little confusing, because if that's the process, then why would they request it? The election's already happening.
It's not happening. They're certified by the delegation. The delegation, I suppose you could say it's an election, right? Because the delegation is, but technically, I believe, Jason, the delegation is only voting on the ratifying the standing committee members in the past, correct?
Okay.
So what this is saying is that they could essentially, if there's a 2/3 vote, say that they are in fact forcing an election. They're not just ratifying.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Artie?
Thank you. Artie Blanco, Nevada. I think on this, I want to acknowledge and appreciate where this language is going. I want to ask a clarifying question about delegate selection plans in general. When this is mentioned and placed as part of the delegate selection plan, if you're going to have this, there should be more of an explanation of how the process would be that the state plans on holding and allowing for there to be a space for the delegates to choose and vote whether or not there should be an election. We had also talked, I'm sorry if I'm just throwing this out to folks that may not be familiar, but I also worry about some of the language from before was how someone can say that they would like to be a candidate or considered for delegation chair. So I think I would want to make sure that if somebody can clarify for me right now that in the delegate selection plan, in the rules, that we would say that they have to explain that process as part of their plan. Sean, is that?
That language was struck by this body from the delegate selection rules.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
However, in the sample plan that you all are going to approve, we will likely recommend clarifying procedures in that you can vote to approve. So yes, you will vote on the sample plan that gets sent to state parties, and we will add a section that says, explain what the process is if this happens.
Can I do a follow-up? The delegate selection rules are not yet, we voted on them as a committee, but we have not yet moved them forward. We can always come back and bring that up at a next meeting, at a different meeting, if there's little nuance changes that we need to make to the delegate selection rules before we present it officially to the entire body.
Do so at the risk of everybody here who finished it, but.
All right, Luis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luis Davila Pernas, Puerto Rico. I rise in support of this amendment. I would actually like to propose a different language or just a small alteration so that it reads, the state party chair shall automatically serve as delegation chair. And then the rest that's already there. And I say this because being delegation chair is not a title. It's a job, a very hard job to begin with. So I think the word serve should be there, and adding automatically. It's simpler, I guess it's clear, especially when it comes to the meeting of the delegation and the process that could unfold. As chair of the Puerto Rico Democratic Party, I've had the privilege of working with many delegations in the past, and I believe this proposal strengthens, not weakens, the democratic process by preserving the integrity of the role of the delegation chair. See, the delegation chair is not simply another elected position within a party. It is an operational role. It is a person responsible for coordinating with the DNC, ensuring delegates receive timely information, managing convention logistics, certifying participation, and serving as a principal point of contact throughout the convention process. So when we turn that position into an election, we risk transforming it into something it was never intended to be, a proxy battle for local political disputes. Too often, those contests, I know many of you have experienced this in your states, are not about who is best positioned to coordinate the delegation. They become contests over local alliances, personalities, or factional politics. And in doing so, they undermine the true purpose of the office. Puerto Rico experienced this exact scenario in 2020. Our then state chair and my mentor, Charlie Rodriguez, did the hard work of putting together a delegate selection plan. He prepared our delegation for the convention. He worked with the DNC, coordinated with the delegates. He handled the planning, all this in the middle of COVID, by the way, and ensured that Puerto Rico was ready to participate and that it complied with all the rules. But because the delegation chair election became the subject of a political contest between two elected state senators, the position became completely detached from the person who had actually done all the work until that point. And although it was a virtual convention, Mr. Rodriguez ultimately lost much of the public role associated with the delegation. He did not participate in the roll call, not that it matters, and it's not what we're arguing here. Yet he still was called every single time to perform all of the behind-the-scene responsibilities, working with the DNC, working with this committee regarding credentialed delegates, making sure that delegates were informed, making sure that delegates were connected throughout the convention. And that experience, and I was DNC member at the time, I wasn't chair, it demonstrated why these two roles, being state chair and delegation chair, should ordinarily remain together. What this amendment does is that it preserves an important democratic safeguard, because if an overwhelming two-thirds majority of the pledged delegates, PLEOs and the automatic delegates, believe an election is warranted, it gives them the option to do so. But in doing so, it becomes an exception and not the norm. The norm should be to protect that institutional role that actually assigns the responsibilities and awards the person who has carried that responsibility of organizing the delegation and, yes, avoiding unnecessary internal conflicts that distract us from what we're actually focused on, should be focused on doing, which is electing Democrats. So I want to be very clear. This is not about giving additional power to state chairs. It is about ensuring accountability follows responsibility. The person who is expected to organize the delegation should ordinarily be the person empowered to lead it. For those reasons, I strongly support this amendment, and I respectfully urge all the members of the committee to vote in favor. Thank you.
Luis, so are you proposing this change in language to amend the amendment?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask if that is accepted by the maker of the motion and the secretary.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that is what is in front of us now. Any further? Yes, I'll move to David.
Sorry, my comments, if there is only one David on this committee, I can't remember. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I'm in a David cubed caucus, but I have a different amendment, so I just want to stay in the queue. I'm not speaking on this one, so.
Barry?
I just want to add my absolute support to this. I'm surprised that we even have the 2/3 majority necessary, because if that ever came to fruition, that individual probably shouldn't be the state chair. But I have no objective that stays there, but clearly there's no one better able to serve as a delegation chair than that state party chair, who knows the rules, who knows the people, who knows that. It's an easy fix and a necessary fix to identify that the state, how important that state party chair is and a delegation chair to lead that state's delegates at the convention, I think is very important, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Barry. Chair Martin?
Thank you, chairs. Barry, and I think you know some of the history of this since you served on this, as someone who's carried this for many years, frankly, the last 8 years. I will say that the initial language reflected what you suggested. It just said the state chair shall be the delegation chair. After a lot of conversations on this committee, people believe that there should at least be an option for an election. And so there's certainly, from my perspective, I support what you say. It shouldn't be within question that the state chair should be the delegation chair. But the esteemed membership on this body in the past had voted this down. And so this is really a compromise proposal. If you or others in this committee want to move to that position, I'm sure the chairs on this body would support that. However, I think this reflects what this body has suggested in the past. And from my understanding, the current membership, the state chairs and the ASDC have endorsed this proposal as submitted.
Thank you. Frank?
Frank Leon, DC. So the language up there is still the language that's being proposed? Okay. Yeah, I think it makes sense, and I'm not really worried about getting more details. The current language says each delegation shall select one person to serve as chair and doesn't provide any details about how that works either. I mean, in Nevada, it could be Nevada. It could be high card, you know. So as Sham said, the model plan will provide details, and the state plans will provide details as when they have their meeting after the election of everybody, where they go through and elect the standing committees and the pages and choose the chair. So I think all of that can be addressed in our normal course.
Artie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Artie Blanco, Nevada.
Nevada.
I want to say a few things, but I will say this. I'm going to support this new language. And that's why I made that appreciation comment in my previous comments. The concern we have, and I will say this, the state of Nevada is currently blessed to have an amazing powerhouse, kick-ass chair right now, who is my partner here at this committee. But previously, we did not have a chair that would have represented our state to the utmost care and diligence and respect for our delegation. Not every state party chair is made the same. And so this is why this has been my position. The second reason is because delegates that do the work to get elected to be a delegate to the national convention, they don't have much work to do in the sense of what they're able to influence or have a say or a voice, because they've already gone through that process for their, pledged candidate that they are supporting to be our nominee. So that is where my position has been and why, and I just want members of the committee to understand that, again, not all chairs are made the same. And so I appreciate this language change to allow. I do, however, want to make sure that it is still a requirement for states to lay out their process, which thanks for sharing that with me. And we'll be looking at the state party plans, to selection plans, to make sure that they reflect that. So thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Kapp, California. I fully support this amendment as well as the escape clause. I can definitely foresee a circumstance where a state chair does not want to serve as delegation chair for one reason or another, so I wouldn't want to force them to do that role. I do think, though, if I may, a slight amendment. I believe pleo is a type of pledged delegate, so I would recommend deleting the word pleo, so it just reads pledged and automatic delegates.
So you're proposing some amended language here? Okay. Is that accepted by the makers of the motion? Yes, and the second?
Can we get a clarification if pleos are pledged delegates?
All of
It's
them?
pledged, all of them?
So this changed language is accepted.
What if they're uncommitted?
Pardon me, Gary, what were you asking?
My question was, what if they're uncommitted? Is that considered pledged?
Okay. Mignon?
I want to stand in support of this, and I have a very specific reason why. When we made the switch in 2024, I can tell you for an absolute fact that it was because our current chair, who was then chair of ASDC, really worked with the state party chairs to make sure that we had a seamless process and a process that wouldn't cause mayhem. Had we not had the full support of the state party chairs, those are the understated things that the party chairs do. Yes, they pick up passes. Yes, they do all of the things. Yes, they try to raise money. Yes, they try to give great parties, but they also did great politics. So I really stand in full support of this amendment. So I would call the question, but I would be rude.
Call the question.
So
Let's hear
If
what
I can,
Bishop
if I
has to
can
say.
echo.
Bishop.
Yeah, if I can echo that. Also, I intend to vote for this, as I was chair of the Convention Rules Committee. And I can attest to what Mignon was saying, that we would not have, they made, the state party chairs made it extremely easy for me and my co-chair, who was Tim Walls, to run a process that we had not had to do before. So I appreciate this, and I originally put my 10 up to address something that Barry was saying. It was, part of why it wasn't automatic is some of us have Democratic governors who think that they should be the delegation chair. And I don't think any of us wanted to have that argument with our Democratic governor, especially those of us who had new Democratic governors. And so it became a tension point for some of us to make it automatic. But I fully support this and intend to vote for it. I have a minor concern in line with what David raised earlier, that we make sure that we are wording this in a way that we don't allow mischief from what someone said, a whole lot of new people for whom this will be their first rodeo, and they don't use, so specificity around when an election can be called, and when that all of that, I think, would really help us to not have trouble at the first meeting from a bunch of people who've never been, and we won't see them again at a party function. And so we should try to grease the skids as much as possible to prevent us from having a difficult delegation breakfast.
All right, Wendy?
I just had clarifying question, please. The language on the screen says that a 2/3 majority is required to request the election. Is that an assumption that that election would just then need just a majority vote, or a
Yes, this makes no
similar-
change in the
Thank you.
threshold required for a vote, right?
Mr. Chairman, I call the question.
Mr. Chairman, I previously was in the queue and stepped aside to let the debate finish before I proposed my amendment.
So there's a move to call the question, but there is a protest to that. Would you hold that until David speaks?
Yes.
David?
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Button pushing is a problem for me. Thank you. First, let me say I've served with 3 delegations where the state chair was not the delegation chair, and none of them were optimal experiences. So I think I can endorse many of the comments that have been made. I will say that in, I believe, each case, the argument was not between local political powers. It was between the presidential campaign that won the state and the state chair who had not supported the presidential campaign that won the state, which is a different kind of argument. That said, the amendment I want to propose is for 2 purposes. As Ken noted, often this will happen, the issue of the state chair, delegation chair will come up at the first meeting of a delegation, which many states call fairly quickly. The problem with that is that many delegates don't attend. In my state, you know, we have the at-large elections. We have the at-large elections. There's a meeting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon after the at-large elections. The people who've already been elected, the automatic delegates, don't travel across the state, don't come to the meeting. And the point of that is that as this is written, all those people who do not show up are no votes. They automatically are supporting the state chair simply by not showing up. And I think, once again, if nothing else, the optics of you're in a meeting, it's your first delegation meeting, and you're looking around the room, and a majority of the people with you say, well, we ought to have an election, and then you're told, well, all the people who aren't here automatically vote no, so you can't have an election, is not good. So I, first off, would propose to change it to be a majority of the delegates
Present and voting.
present and voting at a meeting of the delegation.
Is that accepted by the maker of the motion? Coleman?
Well, that was going to be the second, and I'm willing to divide the question. One question is whether it's present and voting, and one question is whether it's a majority versus 2/3. I'm willing to divide those for the purposes of being clear in the debate.
Did you see that is or is it not accepted? That is not accepted, so that we'd have to vote on that separately. So we have, Helen, we have a proposed amendment to the amendment. Do we vote on that first?
Yes, sir. Is there a second?
Is there a second to David's amendment to the amendment? I do not hear a second.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we have a motion to call the question. It's coming in right before my own state chair, but he says, okay, if so, all those in favor of calling the question and terminating debate, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Even my state chair did not say no. So we're now voting on Coleman's amendment, which, as amended, is on the screen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. And it carries. All right. Okay. Any discussion on, any more on 4D? Pardon me, 5D, sorry. No, 4E. Any more on 4E is what I was trying to say. But okay, hearing nothing more on 4E, we'll go to 4F.
First off, co-chairs, I'm sorry that I did not notify you that I was going to bring this forward. Right after the convention in '24, as we surveyed our delegation chairs, our states, as well as in my conversations with Chairman Harrison, it was noted how challenging these conventions are becoming and the amount of work that it's putting on the staff for the parties involved, both the DNC as well as the state parties. And as some of you remember, I proposed during the last debate on these rules and the call to the convention that we increase the number of pages to 4. Where the committee landed at that point was 3. So I am actually going to propose, for discussion's sake again, given the amount of work that these conventions take and the toll it takes on the staff and the pages of the state parties as well as the pages of the DNC, that we amend F1A to say to have a minimum of 4 pages, and then F2, the national chairperson may select not more than, instead of 25, 35 pages. Now, again, I am very mindful of David's concerns and others on this committee of how we are potentially growing the number of people at conventions. I want to just remind you that what really drives the conventions is not the size of the delegation. That's not what's forcing us out of selecting cities around the convention. The footprint of our convention in terms of delegates is roughly 4,300 people. We could hold that convention in any part of the country. What really drives that is all of the various guest passes and other pieces around that. And so if we really wanted to be restricting, we should not restrict in any space where we're depriving people of voice, delegates, and also our ability to actually carry out the work. Where we should restrict is on all of those donors and all those guests and all those others who get passes who aren't doing any of the work. And so I just want to be really clear here. As we move forward here and we consider other pieces of this, and I know we already settled before I enter the room here on the number of delegates, so we don't have to address this. As long as I'm chair, and I'm sure as long as many of you serve on this committee, we have to continue to protect the role of delegates and our ability to carry this work out and not let it be hampered by this idea that it's going to force us out of convention sites. So what I would respectfully ask, given the amount of work that we are doing here, is that we increase those number of pages by 1 per state. I already mentioned what it is, 1A, and then 10 for the DNC.
We have a motion and a second. David, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, let me say preliminarily, I'm not opposed to what the chair proposes. I just have a couple of clarifications I want to get in. It seems like, Ken, you would also need to amend F1, the preamble, which specifies the total number of convention pages, because otherwise you're dividing a pie that has a standard size.
Sorry.
Yeah. And second, when I read even the existing language in F1B, it says one additional page allocated to a state for every 50 additional delegate votes. I didn't understand what the delegate votes were in addition to. Should that language be for every delegate votes, or is it every 50 bonus delegates, or what is it? So
That is language that has been in there before, right? And that's essentially, I believe, was a reflection of a state like California who has 500 delegates, 3 pages is not enough. And so.
yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm suggesting the word additional should be taken out because I think the intent is one page. Is it one additional page for every 50 delegates, period? Or is it one page for every 50 delegates above a baseline number of delegates in a delegation? It's confusing as to how many pages are there, that's all.
Well, I wasn't trying to amend that, so I'm sure if you want to amend that piece. I understand what you're suggesting here, and I'm sorry I missed the first piece, so we'll reflect that there.
And then finally, as long as I have the microphone, this is just an editorial request. In F2, we've used the phrase to assist him, her, with respect to the national chair. And I think generally speaking throughout these documents, we've tried to conform the pronouns. So if a word search could be done and appropriate changes made, that would be fine.
Do you accept those additional amendments?
I wasn't trying to amend those, so those are new amendments to the existing language. So I think technically I can't accept something
we'll do
because
them
I'm only
separately.
trying to amend the pieces that I
All right. David, we'll come back to you after
Yes.
we complete this discussion.
Mr. Chairman, pardon me, since technically the national chair could not have made a motion since he's not a member of this committee, I would like to make a motion that incorporates the national chair's recommendations in.
And
Always
all-
happy to help, Ken. I'm
all
told
of
to
the
the people.
All of the previous seconders, I assume, will go along with that.
But with the addition of changing the number 203 in section F1 to reflect what the new total would be, and with the addition of deleting the word additional at line 52. So.
Okay. All right, same language, different maker of the motion. Keith?
Just out of curiosity, I don't think it's an issue, but on the American Samoa, the Democrats abroad Guam, are they going to raise issue that everybody else has increased the number of pages and they? Just posing as a question.
Carol?
I'm still unclear, and I guess this has always been in there, but I still don't know what it means, that this additional page will be allocated to a state for every 50 additional delegate votes. Additional to what?
No, I just moved to take out the word additional.
What's the baseline, for every 50 votes over 35 delegates, or for every 50 votes over 100 delegates? How does that work, every 50?
So David has proposed taking out the word.
Well, he took out one additional, but he left in the other one for every 50, yeah. Okay. One additional page will be allocated to a state for every 50 delegate votes. So if my state has, we will get four pages to stand in the aisles. And then if we have 50 delegates, we'll get 5 pages. Right? Yeah. And if we have 100 delegates, we'll have 6 pages. Is that what all of this means?
Yeah, my intent was to take out the word additional that appears between the parenthesized 50 and the word pages, not the first additional. I didn't realize there were 2 uses of the word additional in that paragraph, so.
Bishop Daughtry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment, and I'm not sure where the right place to put this, but I would like us to consider urging that in the appointment of the pages, that diversity be considered. Over the years, my first convention was 92, and I was in charge of the pages. And at that point, the pages really were 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Over time, the pages have become donors, political folks who were not delegates, because page credentials get you on the floor and all of that. The pages have aged over the years, and they are not often diverse. And so I would like us to have and I don't know where this goes, but that we, in doing this, encourage the state chairs to consider the same gender balance, the same affirmative action considerations as they are appointing chairs. Particularly, I would say age as well, being a factor, because these were intended for young people to have an opportunity to experience the political process, and when we use them to take care of other things, we kind of cut off our future.
So that's not technically a comment on what's before us. It's an additional consideration later on. So let's return to that. Staff?
Stephanie Campagnoli in New Jersey. Bishop, your youth council membership is in the mail, but is there a specific definition to what the pages are expected to do anywhere? Like if their duties are listed anywhere? Okay.
Generally, it's whatever the delegation chair asks them to do.
Okay.
So I'm told that there is a specific provision elsewhere that the pages give the tally sheets to the secretary's office. But other than that, it's what the delegation chair asks them to do. Barry? Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem at all with taking from 3 to 4. Again, I'm as confused as everyone else really what B means. Does that mean that when you hit 51 delegates, you get an extra 1 because it's the additional delegate votes? And if you're already getting an extra 1 in 1A, then shouldn't the allocation of 50 maybe change to 100 so that that is caught up for those who have less than that, and then those who have more than 100 get extra? I'm just trying to understand. I mean, we're basically going up 1A, 50 more pages. 1B adds more than that. And those states that already get an extra 1 at 51 would now get basically extra 2. And I don't know if that's the purpose of this. So I'd sort of like to fine tune B, if we even have to leave it in at all, and maybe 4 pages is enough per state. But if some states have, New York and California of the world need 6 or 7 delegates, that we figure that out. But I'm kind of confused as to how many pages we're actually adding. So I'd love some help.
Specific language you'd like us to consider? Or?
I guess if the additional page would be allocated to a state for every 1, for any 50 additional delegates over 100 delegates, so that, 101, they would get another one, or 151, that type of thing, rather than start at 50, so that we cover some of that. But I'll let the chair give us an idea of whether I'm talking out of school or what's going on.
I actually hear what you're saying, and I would generally support that. I think what we need is some data from the Party Affairs team here to essentially what is the average size of a state delegation, right? To just give us a sense what this would typically mean. What we are trying to do, though, to your point, is create a baseline that every state will receive this regardless of their size. Now, what is that right sort of threshold, Barry, where it would trigger in an additional delegate? I think that's a fair question, right? Is 50 too small? Is it too big? I do think we need a sense of what that section would actually trigger, probably here before we finalize this. But I do think it's a really important question because you could be essentially giving a lot of pages to some states. Now, I would argue again that the reason that's in here is to reflect that some of these delegations are so large that 3, even 4 pages is not going to be enough. I hate to keep reflecting on California, but as the largest delegation, 500 people, it's just not enough for the work that needs to be done. But you raise a really important point here. What is that triggering mechanism for Section B? And I guess, Sham, do you have that data? Or?
So I can give you the average. I'd say that it's not a normal distribution. So you are going to have significant outliers that do increase the total size. So California has a total delegation size of 532, which will skew this number a little higher and may not be reflective of where a majority of the delegates are. If you give me a little time, I can find where your medians are and what your most common sizes are.
Could I interrupt with just a question on intent? Now that I've heard Barry's question, it seems to me that maybe the intent of the original language and the original additional that I'm taking out was intended to reflect that basically to make this, you get 1 page for every 50 delegates you have. You were starting at 3, and then for every 50 delegate votes you had after that, you got another page. And so it maybe the way to handle it would be to now say you get 4, and then you get 1 additional page for every 50 delegates beyond 200 that you have. Right, because I think that's what the intent was, and then you don't need the average. And then it's been pointed out to me by several sources that once we've changed to this, a base number of 203 doesn't make any sense at all, and we should just delete the words "a base of." So if you would give me a moment, and I could maybe withdraw the amendment that I made, that the chair suggested that I made, and come back with one that reflects the discussion.
I was thinking of something along those lines, little time for refining. We'll withdraw this for the moment and return to it. Keith, did you have?
Just on the point, if we change the number on B to 100, I would not want to be the state with between 51 and 99 delegates because you won't get an increase.
It seemed to me if the point is
if the motion is withdrawn.
I'm ready to make a replacement, though, when you're ready to hear it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would withdraw the previous proposed amendment and instead propose to amend Section F1 to delete the words "a base of 203." Section F1A at line 48 to change the number 3 to 4. To amend F1B at line 52 to read 50 additional delegates beyond, 50 additional delegate votes beyond 200, and to amend F2 to replace 25 with 35.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, so that we have a new motion in front of us, revised motion in front of us. It's been moved and seconded. Raymond, would you like to speak to that?
Ray Buckley, New Hampshire. I actually wanted to respond to Leah, or to the bishop, about her concern. I just wanted to address that, so I can do that some other time.
All right, we'll come back to you when you raise your hand again. Wendy?
Wendy Davis, Georgia. My question is about that B section. Why would we have a fraction? If we're saying 50 people, you get one more. So are you saying if you have 40 people, you get one more?
I would interpret it to mean you don't have to get a full additional 50 if you get 26. You know, if you were entitled under the formula to get 4.5 delegate pages, you're going to get 5, but if you were entitled to get 4.4, you're only going to get 4. So it's.
But you're saying you get one if you reach a level of 50, so there's no.
I understand what you're saying. I think the
I'm really good
language
at
was
math.
intended to say that basically if you get halfway to the 50, you're going to get an additional page.
Well, then why
But
don't we say it
but we
that
could
way?
take out the fractional and say you have to get an additional 50 completely before you get an additional page. But my understanding of, I did not pull that because I did not understand that to be what the chair was proposing, so.
So how does your motion stand then?
I'm trying to understand where the fraction came from, so it's really a question. And if the answer is, if you got 26 more, you get another page, that answers my question, but that's not clear on the face of this language.
So I think at this point, the fraction language isn't necessary because where it was coming from is the base of 203 that were allocated to individual states. And if you're removing the base number that's allocated, you no longer have an allocation factor that might end up with a fractional number of delegates. And in this situation, you're allocating a based on a total number of delegates. Like when you hit a threshold, you get a single non-fractional number.
In that case, unless there's objection to my doing so, I would also amend section F to delete lines 53 to 55, which are the sentence related to the fractions.
Thank you.
Seconders okay with that? Okay. All right. Frank?
Yeah, it turns out that Appendix C to the call has all the numbers for last time around. And 31 states had the minimum at that time. And then if you had 50 or less votes, that's all you got. If you had 50 or more delegates, then it started to kick in. So if you had 75, then you had 4 instead of 3. If you had 150, you had whatever. You had 5 instead. Math isn't my best thing, but anyway. So that's basically it's a one additional page to each state for every 50 votes beyond 50 is the way it was written last time. And the majority of states, 31, had the minimum, and then it goes up to 12 for California. So I think just raising it to 4, saying beyond 50 to keep it consistent with the way it's been so far, and adding 1 to our friends in American Samoa, Democrats abroad, et cetera, is the best way to resolve the issue, and I guess I'd move to make those amendments.
Seconders consent? Okay. All right. Frank, did you have further comment?
So we're on section B there where it says beyond 200. It would say beyond 50. So that just adds another page to the top of everybody, but it doesn't change the current allocation. And then on C, American Samoa, et cetera, would be allocated 2 pages.
Getting rid of a call there. All right. All right. Pardon me? Yes, it's been moved and seconded, yeah. Steve?
Oh, sorry. I was, my intent was up to point out that under the previous number, before Frank can change it, we were really cutting the overall number of pages. So that's why I was pleased with my friend Bishop Daughtry to both second Frank's motion.
Barry?
I appreciate the amendment that Frank added. I think the fraction should stay. I'm just thinking of Michigan, for instance, and I believe that we've averaged around 130 delegates over the last few terms, 125, 130, somewhere in there. So with the fractions, when we have like 130, we would get an extra one. If you take that away, Michigan actually is losing, and other states that have those fractions between 50 and 100, 100, 150, whatever, would actually be losing a page that they normally would have received. So if you're adding a page in A, I think you need to keep the fractions line in there in order to create an actual additional page, at least one additional page for every state.
Yeah, Michigan in 2004 had 149 total delegates and alternates, and it had 5 pages, so.
That's what I'm saying.
So it had 5 pages, so it got 2 additional pages because it had basically rounded up to 150.
There's actually a bunch of math that needs to be done here, and I'm going to actually pull this off the table and bring it back later after staff has worked with the proposers and others to work on the math. Rusty and Alicia are due to speak. Do you want to wait until we return to this?
Alicia, they're good.
Alicia?
They're good.
Rusty?
Great.
All right. Okay, so we'll return to this. So that brings us to 4G. Certification requirements. Any comments on that? So we've completed our review of Article 4, subject to returning to 4F after math.
Math wasn't math.
Right. Mignon?
Okay. So we're now moving on to Article 5, Management of the 2028 Democratic National Convention Operations. Before we begin our discussion, Sham will provide us with an overview of Article 5.
Madam Co-Chair, can I just have 1 second to respond to
Sure.
Bishop? I think what Bishop said was critically important about the diversity of the pages. And for the past 28 years, I guess, I've been part of the training of the state chairs with the delegate selection process. And I thought that I had been emphasizing your points, but I will make sure, I'm sure that President Klebb and the others will join in enthusiastically supporting that. I go through the process that we do in New Hampshire, where it's an open process for any high school student to apply to be a page. That is, they have to write an essay on what it means to be a Democrat, and it presents it to them. And we do gender diversity and all diversities with that. And since they are high school students, we have to insist that they have a chaperone. Generally, it's their parent that comes along. And we know that we're giving up guest passes for those parents to be able to be in the hall, but because we take it so seriously. And it is, the decision is not by the chair that I engage the 10 other officers of the party to do this. And we have had a very successful. And I do want to note for the record, it is not because I'm bitter over at age 16 in 1976 not being allowed to go to the convention. But everyone in New Hampshire knows that is exactly why I created this, because I agree, the page positions over the years have been abused to donors and to others. They should be very much part of how we introduce the party to the next generation. And so I will make sure that the training going forward is even stronger. And I had thought we had been getting better, and so if the reports are that it has not, that I was not aware of that, and so I will make sure that the training gets a lot more detailed about why it is important. Thank you.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Thank you, Raymond, for that. So we will go ahead. Sean, would you like to start? Oh, I'm sorry, Caps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I was going to wait until later and when we came back to it, but since Ray brought it up, I actually have language. I worked with Bishop Daughtry on it. I sent it to staff.
Okay.
It would be a new F1, and the current F1 would move down to F2.
So was that for Jim's section? So since we've deferred that section, Cap, do you mind doing this when we get back to it?
No problem.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sean.
Sorry. All right. Article 5 outlines the management of the National Convention logistics, including housing, floor access, floor setups, media security, and financial reporting. For the committee, I would just flag that after the amendment you all made to the delegation chair line, you may need to review Article 5, Section C6, and the credential allocation split between the state chair and the delegation chair, just to clarify if the state chair is the delegation chair automatically.
Okay, we will begin our discussion of Article 5, starting with Section 5A. Members, do you have any discussion 5A? B. No discussion. We'll move on to 5C. Frank?
I'm not sure I understand the subject to Rule 21C language in 5C there. 21C of the delegate selection rules relates to timing.
It's if you've had to set up an alternate process in the state party chairs.
Go ahead.
Frank.
I believe that section is referenced here. There is a line under housing, and so hotel facilities shall be allocated to eligible state delegations. And so any state that's found in violation of 21C would no longer be an eligible state delegation.
Any other further discussion on staff?
Steph Campagna in New Jersey, just C1 for contractors, if I could make a recommendation to, or proposing an amendment to add, after LGBTQ plus persons on line 32, to add veterans, comma, young people, or young, owned by young people, whatever the actual language
So are
should
you
be.
making an amendment to that? Or
Young people, yeah.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? Joanne?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. I would like to add a friendly amendment to that. You're talking about contractors, so there are probably some age minimums that are required, I would say young adults.
I'm not sure what the best term would be, but I'm open to changing young people. I just don't know.
I'm sorry, what are you
I'm
accepting?
suggesting instead of young people, we say young adults.
That's fine.
Is the seconder okay with that? It was a couple of seconders. Okay, so we've got an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Joanne.
Any further discussion? Leah?
I'm sorry, just on that amendment, I will say that in Philadelphia, we gave out cookies owned by a company that was owned by a young man who was not an adult. It was his company. He started it. His mom helped, but he was a young black man, and he was 14 years old. So under this, we would not be able to contract with him. So I would suggest we leave it at people.
I'm comfortable with that.
Same.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you, Bishop.
So
I'm good
she's
with that.
Sending that.
Or people now.
Any further discussion on the language as it's written? If not, we will move to a vote. All in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. Oops.
I forgot to mention.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Would you want to go ahead and mention, we just do have one insert here.
Yeah, so this is on
On 5C.
Article 5C5 under floor access, and it's to add the word elected. So floor access shall be given to delegates, alternates replacing delegates, the highest ranking, it used to say the highest ranking Democratic official, and now it says Democratic elected official, who is otherwise not a delegate, that does not have a Democratic governor. I guess I can speak for Virginia. Last time around, we didn't have a Democratic governor, and it just said the highest ranking Democratic official, and there wasn't clarity on whether that meant party official, elected official, mayor, et cetera. And so the recommendation here is to add the word elected, in effect to replace the governor.
Any discussion around that? Wendy?
Thank you. It was Wendy Davis from Georgia. I'm a little confused by Section 5, that highest ranking elected made sense. And I guess we're trying to take into the fact that if a state doesn't have a Democratic governor who would be an automatic delegate, we still want a high-ranking official to have floor access if they want to come?
Yes.
But you would assume they wouldn't be a Pleo or something? I'm just trying to.
They would not be automatic delegates, so this would be a floor access credential for the highest ranking Democratic elected official in states that don't have a governor, who would be an automatic delegate.
Okay.
No vote. David?
I understand what floor access is, but I'm just curious, is there anywhere in the rules that says that every delegate gets a seat? We've got a specific section on visitor seating being provided, and we provide the delegates have floor access, but I just have been in situations where people who have floor access think that they get to sit down in the delegation whenever they feel like it, and I've always sort of thought the seats ought to be reserved for the delegates who are supposed to be there full-time, so. Odd concept, but so.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you asking?
Well, first I'm asking if the language exists. I'm not, the people who organize conventions have had to deal with seating questions, so
Right.
we've got people who might be able to tell me whether there's already some regulation.
That would be
that's there.
section C3. Delegate and alternate seating in convention hall.
C3?
Well, it implies that there's a seat, that there is seating and seating area for delegates and alternates, but does it imply that there is a seat for every delegate? That's what I'm asking.
We'll give him a guest seat.
I might defer to one of the people who've run a convention.
Well,
Susan Swacker from Virginia. I think I'm going back to some PTSD from 2024. And I don't know if it needs to be specifically written in here but somehow the thing about floor access, yes, they do think they have a seat, and they don't. And whether it's then the DNC or the presidential campaign that sends all the sparkly people over, I call them, that have some other role, and say, go over and sit with the Virginia delegation because that's where you reside. Or you have like I did, state legislator that shows up and has floor access and proceeds to sit down, and then you got to go through, explaining to them floor access doesn't mean it gets you a seat. And I do think whether it's clarified in here or how, this is one place you could really help state party chairs and with their ongoing politics when they go back home, because it was really complicated last time.
Susan, are you suggesting that to remove elected or keep it in there?
I guess I was just having a flashback and kind of
Okay.
venting over my
So you were, okay,
experience,
understood.
yes.
Completely.
Perhaps I could jump in and suggest maybe we add a sentence to 5C5 at the end that says, "For access does not provide a seat," or something along those lines.
Those donors don't read this.
I understand that,
Right.
but it allows you to point to something. I mean, I haven't dealt in every convention I've ever been at with what's going on, but for probably 10 of the conventions, I helped manage getting people in and out and seats and keeping the area around the standard clear for the chair to put up wherever they wanted. So I realize it's a real problem when the Finance Council sends down 3 people and their kids who expect to watch the acceptance speech. And so maybe we have to work on this over lunch, but I do think we need to clarify and give chairs and others the ability to say, look, it's in the rules that the delegate gets a seat. If you can persuade your congressperson to give up their seat for their favorite donor, that's one thing. But if you can't displace a delegate and leave them standing in the aisles, it really wicks people off.
I saw, as an aside, New Jersey delegation, my sister was a delegate, they just put signs on the chairs that says reserved for delegate, reserved. And so there were people who wandered down, but the delegates, they were like, that's my seat. You have to move because there was a clear sign on there,
Right.
People still plop down. And I don't know that there's really a way to police that if there are more people with floor passes than there are seats on the floor. It's really hard to police that unless you're gonna police it.
Steve?
I would also add to that, Bishop, first, this is the importance of having a very strong delegation chair, and the additional pages will help a lot. We in Massachusetts, since beginning of time, have labeled our seats, and actually with names of who is sitting in a specific seat. But it does take a lot of diligence to make sure the folks aren't sitting in the wrong seats. But I don't know that adding the language there is necessarily going to do anything, because to Carol's point, the people who are going to take those seats aren't reading these rules.
And I think we're adding these pages, they don't have seats either. So it's, we're filling this place with people with no seats. I don't know the answer to it. We put names on our seats, but then some important person comes and sits in a delegate's seat, and the delegate is hesitant to kick out an important person. It's a lot of awkwardness for the state chair.
Crystal? Oh. Well, Wendy?
Wendy Davis from Georgia. It sounds like there are people who are getting floor access and taking seats who aren't on this list.
Always.
No. I mean, like,
yeah.
If they have a delegate's pass because a delegate gave up their pass to a donor, they would have it. But But if we're looking at this list, the people on this list should have a seat except for the pages and the executive directors, right? Who?
It's kind of. It's easy for delegates. Yeah.
But everybody can get floor. It's even access that you get. Floor access. That can get you to the seat, but you don't have
The floor map is done by count of the delegates only.
Okay,
That's the number of chairs, is the delegates only.
okay. So this highest ranking person doesn't have a chair. The page doesn't have a chair. Presidential campaign people don't have a chair. Press don't have a chair.
Only delegates.
Right. But the people we're talking about taking the seats, I'm just trying to follow the conversation. I don't see them in one of those categories. So why are they having floor access?
Wendy, what I would suggest, and if I might, I would ask Steve and maybe Leah to get with you after the meeting to really walk through this part of it, so that, unless you're making some changes.
I was trying to address people talking about the seating question, so.
Yep, okay. I think lots of us have had the nightmares and the deja vus of seating. Jamie?
Thank you, Jamie Salzer, North Dakota. To Susan's question, sort of the topic here, I'm not making an amendment yet. This is a question for those who've run the conventions and state party chairs. We obviously, I remember the badges saying floor access. Does it make sense to create another one under number 3 that just says floor seat access, and the delegates get one that clearly says seat on their credential? And so that way, if there's a disagreement, someone says floor, one says floor seat, there's just no discussion at that point about it. Yeah.
Jamie, are you making a motion to?
It's not a motion, it's more of a question for those who have been through this, if there's value in doing that, in changing the name. Ray says, no, they're not going to listen anyway.
I think the answer is we can make that recommendation to the convention team.
Okay. Makes sense.
David?
Sorry.
So we're moving on to 6 in section 5. Looks like we kind of mixed floor access with seating anyway, but this is visitor seating. And Helen, let me just ask a quick question. Since they inserted the word elected, should we vote on that before?
You can just do it without objection.
Yeah. So is there any objection to adding the word elected in 5, number 5? Without objection? We'll move to add that. And now we can go back to visitor seating. Pardon me? Okay.
So in the end of that sentence, and I should know this, but I'll defer to the folks who have managed the conventions, it provides for an individual to accompany a person to accompany an individual with floor access who is in a wheelchair. Is that the only condition in which you can have a person assist you on the floor? And if not, should we take out in a wheelchair?
Well, there's the truth and the truth. I mean, you could have an elderly person. I mean, it's.
Or a person with a walker.
Jim, as Jim stated, a person with a walker. So, you're recommending that we take out something?
Would adding just individuals who require accommodation, access accommodations or something, would that make?
Yeah, something like that.
Because you could see with visually impaired people and others who might need assistance given the.
That's right.
Oh, sorry. Just suggesting that we can take out the wheelchair part and say those who require accommodation, access accommodation, or however the language works.
Okay. Is the language up? Steve, did you have the language?
Sort of, I guess. Let's see here. Any person who is certified by convention operations is necessary to accompany an individual in need of accommodations with floor access shall receive floor access. And
How does the language on the screen look? So it'd be an individual with floor access who requires an accommodation.
Yes, yes. That looks good.
Okay.
That's the motion I made, isn't it?
Yes, and Frank second.
There are a few floor accesses in there.
Is there any further discussion on that?
I have a question. We say any person who is certified by convention operations is necessary to accompany somebody. I wonder if there's another way to do it. A couple of conventions ago, we had, after we got to the convention, we realized that one of our delegates had sworn to convention operations that she had such a bad heart that her sister had to accompany her at all times. And her sister was given a seat, all of this. That woman is still jogging. And I just wonder if somehow this couldn't go through the state chair or the state party or something to certify to convention operations that these people are in as bad a health as they say they are.
Oh.
Carol, when did my delegate move to your state?
I mean.
You can have her back.
So Carol, are you recommending anything around this, or are you just recommending this as a discussion to be thought about?
I don't know
these newly
how.
appointed delegate chair heads.
I don't know how it evolved to be part of convention operations responsibility in the first place. I just wonder if there's not a administrative way to pass it through the state chair to convention operations, or the state chair to the secretary's office, or some way to make sure these are real invalids.
So I would ask also if Jason has anything to add to this, but the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs will collect as part of the Certify platform, where state delegation chairs will certify who their delegates are, and then delegates can go in and request accommodations through there, and the Secretary's office communicates that to the convention operations team.
But the delegate herself
Self-reported.
can request this without the state chair never knows this happened until suddenly there's
at least
cheating.
from my experience in being the person who filled out Certify, like, you do have access to see, I don't know that I got an update every time someone went in and made a change to their own profile, but I could see what our delegates had edited in terms of their own profiles.
I think that what Carol is suggesting has merit. From my experience, and Steve can probably echo this, a lot of times the state chairs weren't fully aware until the seating was done, because when you do the seating and you're trying to accommodate wheelchairs within the delegation, it often means that the delegation has to sit in a location that the state chair might not find favorable, and that's when they find out, oh, I've got 10 wheelchairs in my delegation. That they may not have known about, but convention knows because we're getting the forms. So it seems to me some sort of nexus between the state chair and the convention operations would be a good idea.
Or even if the delegate requesting this is required to copy the state chair, but they wouldn't if they were cheating. So I don't know.
Yep.
There just must be a way for Jason to fix this.
Well, can I
was just
also
going to say,
just
it's
say,
Jason's thing to fix.
can I also just say, just as a note of sensitivity, and I'm sure Derek will weigh in here as well, I think we have to be very careful about how we describe who has a disability, who doesn't, who accompanies them, who doesn't, because, anybody that is, trying to get to a convention with a disability is already a hassle. So, I mean, and listen, we experienced it firsthand with Reverend Jackson going down to the Illinois delegation, and all of a sudden they started scrambling. And what you gonna do? You know, he had 5 people with him. And so, I mean, I just think we have to be very careful in our language, and I just want to put that for the record.
And I think it can all be done just as a matter of course. The same, you know, the same way we've always done it, but maybe a report back to the state chair, who would also then understand about the number of wheelchairs, that kind of thing.
Derek?
Derek Devermont, California Disability Caucus Chair. Thank you, Carol. I very much appreciate your thoughts and your concerns, and I hear them. I think a few things pop into my head. Number one, the American with Disabilities Act and the privacy concerns that come with that. But I would also advise our body as a whole to be very, very careful about asking those with disabilities to prove their disability or its severity, or have to make an argument and explain themselves and have the burden of proof be shifted to them to ask for legally mandated accommodations. I'd also saying that moving that to state chairs and having the state undertake an evaluation process by people who are not doctors and have to weigh whether people are worthy of accommodations is probably a step that is not in the spirit of the Democratic Party. And that's why we now have a disability caucus, which I guess we didn't for a long time. And while I understand the concern, and floor space is often limited and, you know, a highly desired thing, the idea that fraud is being committed by those with disabilities might be a step too far for something that we want to undertake as a body that really advocates for those with disabilities to have those accommodations to, and remember the term, level the playing field, not to give them an advantage, not to give them a step up, not to give them an extra, but to level the playing field so that it's equivalent for all of us. So that's what I would have to say, and maybe it'd be best to move on.
I wonder if the Disabilities Caucus maybe could work with the Secretary's office to find a solution to this, because certainly we want to be fair and equitable, but we also don't want, these are not persons with disabilities who are cheating. These are healthy people who are masquerading as persons with disabilities, and I think there must be a way around that, and I suspect that mostly a state chair would know if they saw that information, they would know at once that that person is not playing fair.
So, if I may, and I certainly hear what you're saying, to find a solution indicates I'm trying to think how to phrase this. When you say find a solution, it seems to indicate that there might be a problem. And I think the idea that there would be a problem for those asking for accommodations is a step that we don't necessarily want to take as a body. So we're happy to work with the Secretary's office, but once again, this idea that there's fraud being perpetrated in the name of those with disabilities is probably something we should be careful about pushing, an idea we should probably be careful about pushing.
And I think that persons with disabilities would not want someone else taking advantage of you're taking advantage of people with disabilities if you are pretending to have a disability when you don't to gain an advantage. And but I think if you can work with the Secretary's office, we can. There has to be a solution to this, and I don't expect that it happens all that much.
And once again, the idea of solution would imply that there's a problem. I would also remind this body, as this conversation goes on, which, to be honest, is strikingly surprising to me, that many disabilities are invisible. You can't see them on the surface. Many disabilities have symptoms that wax and wane and are severe at one moment and not severe at the other, that are more debilitating in 1 hour and less debilitating the next hour. Let's be careful. Thank you. I appreciate I appreciate you giving me the leeway.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Carol, for your concerns. David?
Independent of the issue that we were just discussing, I thought I heard partway through the debate that there was a concern on the part of state chairs of finding out at the last minute how many people were in their delegation. And I'm wondering whether we might solve that problem of notice by adding in at line 86 after the word convention operations, the words after consultation with the state party chair, so that operations is going to certify, but it's going to at least have to talk to the state party chair and say, we have these people from your delegation that are going to need access and you're going to have to plan for it or whatever, but it creates a requirement for some kind of notice to the state chair that's what's going on.
So we still have an amendment on the floor.
Okay.
So can we deal with Steve's
Yes, you may,
amendment
yeah.
first? So why don't somebody read what Steve put in, which would have solved a lot of this conversation?
So the amendment is to add the words requires an accommodation to replace the words is in a wheelchair, as it relates to, so additionally, any person who is certified by convention operations as necessary to accompany an individual with floor access who requires an accommodation shall receive floor access.
It was amended and second, so we're going to move to a vote. All in favor of the current language, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, so that was amended. So David, do you want to go back to?
Yeah, what I was proposing was to add it line 86, if it's still line 86. After the words convention operations. Sorry, my copy may not be the same. At line 101, it looks like up there.
Are you down at visitor seating now?
Yeah, after consultation with the state party chair. Yeah. With their state party chair, I suppose would be appropriate English.
Is there a second to David's amendment?
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Is there discussion? Steve?
So I won't be in support of this amendment, although I understand the intent of it, I think. But I think saying consultation with the state party chair suggests that we would have some interpretation involved in this, and that's not the role of the state party chair. And I don't believe it's how you address the concern that you're looking for. So I'll be voting against it.
Would it be acceptable if we changed it to notice to the state party chair?
Notice is fine, which we eventually get notice. Yeah.
Well, I would be fine with changing my proposed amendment to say after notice to their state party chair.
Seconder?
I agree.
Okay.
Is that? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. Well, Jim, you're the seconder. Did you?
Yes, please, go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm glad to not oppose this, but it happens eventually. We get notification of any accommodations our delegation's getting. I think the point that the Bishop was making, which I can definitely echo, is that because of the work that has to be done to place the delegations on the floor, given all the different parameters, not just accommodations, many, many other parameters. Oftentimes, you find out where you're located after it's all been done. And that's why it's like fitting together like Tetris and not an enviable task. So I'm fine with that amendment. I think it's somewhat redundant with what actually happens.
Indira?
I just want to speak in support of this language. Chair Davermont and Mr. McDonald, I am that person with disabilities that you cannot see. I had a terrible accident that left me, with balance issues sometimes in crowded places and loud, crowded places, particularly in convention. But it was up to me as to how I communicated with the chair in terms of what kind of support I needed, preserving my dignity in how I wanted to be treated in those settings. So it is important that we facilitate that kind of accessibility for conversation as well as presence in the convention floor. So I appreciate Chair Davermont for speaking up. Thank you.
Joanne? Frank?
Yes, I really appreciate Chair Devermont's comments as well. I raised this issue because I think we need to be sensitive to it, and we really do need to be sensitive to it. I'm not sure if after notice still seems to imply the state party chair gets to approve it, and I don't know that that's what we wanted. So I would suggest with notice to the state party chair.
David?
I don't have an objection, but if the state party chairs think that that's sufficient for the issue that Carol was addressing. I mean, the notice issue that you were addressing, not the other issue, so yeah.
Need to know if their seating is going to be different
Yes.
because of wheelchairs.
Yes.
And particularly in a big delegation, you might not know that you have people who are relying on wheelchairs. So I think notice is fine. And if the chair has questions about that, you can deal with that or not.
David, are you
I
accepting?
think the question I was asking was whether the change from after notice to with notice would deal with your notice issue. So,
Yeah, I think with notice.
all right, in that case, I have no objection to making
yeah.
the change to with notice.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm assuming, Jim, you agree? As you say, okay. It's been amended again. Okay, Barry?
We had virtually assured that the state party chair will be the delegation chair, but not necessarily in every single case. So shouldn't we say delegation chair instead of state party chair?
I'm sorry, Gary, can you repeat that one more time, please?
I had said that we had changed it such that the state party chair will almost always be the delegation chair, but not necessarily always. So shouldn't we say delegation chair instead of state party chair?
Can I?
Is that an amendment?
Go ahead, Leah.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Not without some additional information, because I think some of these decisions may be made before we have the delegation meeting, in which case the person in place is the state party chair. And the delegation chair coming in, if there's a change, is not going to happen till long after the certification is done. I hope we're not always waiting to the last minute on certifications, because people have to make travel arrangements.
All right, then no, I'm not going to make an amendment, but I draw that to your attention.
Okay, thank you. Barry, okay. Alicia?
This question is for Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma for the secretary. I feel like we get notice through the e-certify where they have to go in and do all of that stuff. Aren't state parties notified throughout the process when someone's request, when someone says, African American female, I need accommodations? aren't we notified of that as it goes along?
I am fairly certain state parties do receive that. Sham?
I mean, I'd have to go back and look at my VA Democrats email, but I imagine with 119 delegates updating their stuff, I marked all of those as red.
And I'm fairly certain they do. It's just both 2020 and 2024 conventions, of which I served as secretary, were very unusual conventions in and of themselves both ways. So just that process is buried deep in scar tissue memory. I'm trying to remember.
Okay, well, I bring the point up because some of this language is redundant in how things are done. And then I also want to point out, David, when you say some of these decisions are made way after, no, there are details about when, how long after the delegation is selected, when the delegation meeting has to happen, and it's not some way after date. So I just want to make sure that when we're talking theoretically, which is fine, but that we keep in mind the document that we're trying to update.
Derek?
Actually, my concerns had a lot to do with what Gary brought up. Derek Deverman, California Disability Caucus Chair. I would say, though, that the only reason why I would be comfortable with the state party chair with notice being mandatory to the state party chairs because they automatically at this point become the delegation party chair and they are part of the organizing. Short of that, I would have thought that there were some privacy concerns associated with notification of disabilities or to the extent of disabilities. But given that they are the delegation chair, I think this is fine.
So is there any further discussion on David's amendment? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. And I think that other than, can we move up to visitor seating? The ayes had the last one, so we're at the end of Article 5. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion on seating? Seeing or hearing none? I think, are we recessing for lunch right now?
Seems like a good time. We have box lunches here, it appears to me.
You got to answer that one.
So, yes, to the co-chair's remarks, lunch is in the back of the room with drinks as well. I think we're going to plan to recess for.
I think we're going to try to do this as a working lunch so that people can make sure they make their flights. So they do have boxed lunches in the back. We're going to take a 15-minute break before you get your lunch. And are we going to, you want to bring the lunches back in here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Back in this room.
Okay.
12:30.
Yep. Oh, they're the lunches right over there in the corner.
Ready? We are moving on to Article 6. Will you provide a brief overview?
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. Very brief overview, but Article 6 defines presidential candidates and sets specific principles they are required to affirm in writing.
Any comments or amendments? I think that concludes our review of Article 6. Back to you, Mignon.
Oh, wow. Lucky me. Okay, now we're moving on to Article 7, Standing Committees on Platform Rules and Credentials of the 2028 Democratic National Convention. Sham, will you give us an overview, please?
Article 7 establishes the Standing Committee on Rules, Credentials, and the Platform. Additionally, it defines the allocation of their membership and sets their jurisdiction window.
Okay, so we'll start with Section 7. Section 7A. Changes from the staff. Any discussion around Section 7A? How about Section 7B? Section 7C. Section 7D. Section 7E. Section 7F. Section 7G. Section 7H. Section 7I. Section 7J. Have I ever told you all how much I love you? This concludes Section 7. I just wanted you to know that. Jim, back to you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Moving on. Will you give us a brief overview?
Yes, sir. Article 8 says that states shall take steps to ensure electors will vote for the Democratic presidential and vice presidential nominees.
Any comments or amendments? Thank you. That concludes our review of Article 8. Mignon, back to you.
Moving on to Article 9. I'm sorry, moving on to Article 9, procedural rules for 2028 Democratic National Convention. Sham, will you give us an overview?
Really brief overview here. Article 9 just contains the convention's temporary rules of procedure. These are the rules that govern until the Rules Committee, their report has been voted on.
Great. Section 9A. Michael?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment for Section 9A2. So if someone has something for 9A1, I'll defer.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to change a single word in 9A2 in the first sentence. Instead of the word temporary, I'd like to replace it with convention. Colleagues, this amendment simply codifies what has long been the established practice of our party. The DNC secretary already serves as the operational lead for the convention long before the first gavel. The secretary oversees delegate certification for more than 4,000 delegates, manages the certification system, communicates with delegates, coordinates convention voting logistics, and under our rules is already responsible for preparing the official convention record afterward. In fact, the Secretary's responsibilities are referenced more than 30 times throughout the call. This amendment simply aligns our rules with the role the Secretary already performs in practice, providing clarity, continuity, and institutional consistency. Thank you.
There's a second. Is there discussion? Raymond?
Hi, Ray Buckley from New Hampshire. Since this is under the section about temporary, is this the appropriate place? I think further on, there's something about the convention secretary. Would we put it in there?
My understanding is that it's here as in this section on temporary because it's not made official until the Convention Rules Committee ends up meeting 2 weeks before the convention.
Same goal. I just want to make sure we were putting it in the right place.
Frank?
Yeah, typically the way it works is after the Rules Committee report is issued, then and this is section C1, no, that's section C2. Then the convention goes to the election of the permanent chair, co-chairs, and secretary. So it's the secretary's election as a permanent officer doesn't happen until the convention is properly constituted. It's not that there's going to be somebody else who has that role, but that's just the formal process of doing it, and I don't see a need to change it.
Any further discussion on Mike's amendment or words? Barry?
Just in response to what Ray said, perhaps it would make more sense instead of temporary chair at A to call it temporary officers, so that one concerns the temporary chair, two concerns the secretary, and then it goes on to, assisting the conduction and adding other officers. So to me, temporary officers instead of chair would better, group the 1 and 2 together.
Are you making an amendment to?
I am. So just A instead of temporary chair, temporary officers.
Well, can we hold for that for 1 second and finish out where cap is?
Yes.
Leah?
So with what CAP is proposing, then you would not elect a secretary when it gets to the convention rules of procedure where you're electing permanent officers. Are you saying that the secretary would not be elected because this says that the secretary is already done?
That is correct. The secretary has already been elected by the DNC.
No, the convention is a
Not the
different
convention.
entity.
I know, but with the addition of this amendment, the DNC secretary would automatically be the convention secretary as well.
I don't know if we could do that.
But the DNC members elect the DNC secretary, and the convention delegates elect the convention officers. So it's two different sets of people voting because it's two different entities.
I understand, but
So you're saying that the election of the DNC secretary is binding on the convention?
correct, because the DNC secretary's role as the convention secretary predates pretty much anything that relates to the convention delegates.
But those responsibilities of the DNC secretary as the temporary secretary are different from the responsibilities of the permanent secretary of the convention.
We're going to, this is actually a great debate. We're going to ask for a quick clarification from Helen and Rick on the procedures here. I guess they're fighting over who wants to be the voice.
The references that Ms. Daughtry is making are the correct references. These are caption the temporary rules of the whole convention. They don't cease to be temporary. And the Rules Committee looks at them and decides what the permanent rules of the convention will be. And in theory, as Ms. Daughtry says, these are two very separate entities. Robert provides that you, in order to organize a convention, you have to have a call to the convention that determines who the delegates are, a credentials committee report that determines who the delegates are, and then a rules committee report in order to get them fully organized. And we're not fully organized until after the adoption of that rules committee report. And it makes recommendations. And in theory, I mean, some delegate could stand up and make another nomination. Hadn't happened in several decades. But you can't keep these as temporary rules, nor can and make a permanent selection in the context of a temporary rule. And you can't make these specific rules permanent for the convention because it's a separate legal entity from the DNC. So I think that would be perhaps a reason, if the chair accepts it or agrees with it, to move the amendment out, to say the amendment's out of order.
I understand. I appreciate the discussion. As you all know, I am new to this committee. In reviewing this document, it's very clear that the DNC secretary has a tremendous role prior to the convention ever gaveling in, and I don't like the possibility that the convention might choose someone else to complete that role when the DNC secretary still has an ongoing responsibility to the convention. But again, I appreciate the discussion, and I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Sorry, Alicia?
Withdrawn.
If there's no further discussion, I think we should move to a vote on this. Oops.
Well, I still believe that temporary officers instead of temporary chair better covers the section.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Barry. Go ahead. So you're making a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of, let's vote on the temporary chair. That seems to be the easiest right now. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, so we'll get back to caps. It's kind of, wait,
Mignon, he withdrew.
oh, he withdrew.
And Barry's amendment was to change.
Temporary chair, yep,
Temporary office.
yep. Gary?
Yeah, in scanning this, I do not see where we actually elect the convention secretary, however. Can you point to a section?
Gary, can you speak can you turn your mic on, Gary? Oh, I didn't hear you.
You had it on, but
Can you repeat your question for the?
My question was, or my observation was that I didn't see where we actually elect the convention secretary. Could you point to the section? Thank you.
It's in
It
the
was,
order
it's-
of business, which is Article 9, Section C2.
mhm.
And the duties of the Rules Committee to recommend the permanent officers of the convention.
Yep. Okay, any further discussion on that? Yep. So we are now moving to section 9B. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, where is it?
9B.
Temporary role, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Michael,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a amendment for a new 9B2. I shared the language with staff.
B2?
A new 9B2.
okay.
It wouldn't replace 2. It would just create a new 9B2 and move existing 2 to 9B3.
Sorry, can you clarify that?
It would add a new section in between 1 and 2.
Okay.
So it would be, okay, 2, then 3. Okay. So why don't one of the staff read that, please?
All right, so it would add the line to Article 9B and create a new number 2 to read, "The temporary roll shall include a complete list of all convention participants, including for each individual, name, state, congressional district, delegate selection category, if applicable, and presidential preference, if applicable. Prior to the start of the convention, the temporary roll shall be shared with all convention participants and made public."
Is there a second? I'm sorry? Okay. Is there discussion?
May I speak on this amendment?
Gary? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
This amendment is similar to one that I offered a few months ago during our consideration of the delegate selection rules. But after discussion with others, it became clear that it was more appropriate to address this in the call because we already do this by custom. If staff can pull up the 2020 temporary roll, this amendment simply codifies a longstanding practice. In 2020, the last time we had a contested presidential primary process, this information was already compiled and shared with convention participants by custom, but nowhere do our rules require it. And while we don't currently make the temporary roll public, distributing it to more than 3,500 delegates, 3,500 convention participants means that it is already widely disseminated. Making it publicly available simply increases transparency, promotes confidence in our convention process, and ensures that everyone has access to the same information. I respectfully ask for your vote.
Thank you. Gary? Oh, you put your tent down. Is there any further discussion around Michael's amendment? We want to put it back up on the screen. Seeing none. Oops, I'm sorry.
Point of information, is that okay
Coleman?
with the secretary?
I'm fine with it. I think the one thing, as we're looking at it quickly, Michael and I did not have a chance to talk about this specific part of it. On the congressional district type, we don't collect congressional district currently for the PLEOs and the at-large delegates. Just the district level where they're assigned then specifically in the system to being a CD1 delegate, et cetera. So that may be one tweak, but this is a document we have sent out. It's included, this temporary role is included in the convention proceedings booklet that is sent out ahead of time with the rules of procedure, the proposed rules of procedure. So it is shared. So I know this gets to where you are talking about. So we're sending it out to delegates already. This is just saying you want it made a little more public. I can see that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to then amend my amendment to add the words, if available, after the words congressional district.
Okay. Steve? Oh, I'm sorry, it was Coleman. He had his, okay, Steve, go ahead.
So I have concerns about this for a few reasons. Well, I think the information is already made available, and how you release it publicly, I think, can be loosely defined. I suppose we could put stronger parameters around that. But I am concerned that many of our delegates, they're trying to do their duty to God and country, and could end up being faced with harassment or potential security concerns for them if there is already a way for people to access the information through the Secretary's office. I think taking this step is unnecessary and has more negatives associated with it than potential positives. So I'll be voting no.
Okay. Susan? Okay. Coleman?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I just want to echo the sentiments of the chair from Massachusetts. I do not know what we're trying to solve for here. If this is something that we, in some way, shape, or form already do, then this does seem, sometimes in the spirit of transparency, we do things that create complications in other ways. And I do, as a state party chair, and I do realize that that is a role that comes with some responsibilities that I do understand others just don't have. And that's not good, bad, or indifferent. It just is what it is. But I do specifically worry, as Steve said, about the reality that we do not live in a normal time. And at some point we have to remember that, and that building in some safeguards about when and how the information of our delegates are shared is a responsibility, I think, of this body, as it is a responsibility of this party. And I know I feel that very strongly as a state party chair as well. So for that reason, I too will be voting against this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Michael's amendment before we? Wendy? Oh, I'm sorry. Names are not coming up like they normally do.
Wendy Davis, Georgia. I think I have an understanding of where this amendment is coming from the, I forget which convention it was now, but I think it was the last one. There was an article where they were like, we found where the delegates are, like the hidden secret way that people are delegates, and here's the list of them. You and I and everybody in this room knows there aren't secret delegates, but if we act like it is a secret, then that makes people think it's secret delegates. If we say, in Georgia, these 125 people are in our delegation, this is how these were elected, this is how these were elected, Wendy's an automatic one, the members of Congress are automatic ones, right? Like this is a public role people are volunteering to take on. I understood when we didn't want to give further demographic information because it felt too personal. But the reality is this should be public information because these 3,200 people are deciding who our nominee is going to be. And if we act like there's something people shouldn't know, there's going to be something that people think they have to dig and find out. And I don't think it's secretive. And so I'm going to agree with this amendment.
Indira?
Thank you. I think publishing this information poses multiple, multiple issues and multiple types of security threats. First of all, we are living in an age of doxing, online intimidation, and all kinds of things. And so I don't know if the delegates who are everyday people are prepared for the potential harassment and intimidation they may get from different entities, whether they're lobby groups or PACs or interest groups that are supporting one candidate versus the other. And our conventions are, surrounded by various groups that are outside protesting, doing this work, doing important activism work, and the delegates could be subject to targeting from those groups as well. And I think, any kind of coordinated pressure must be kind of shielded from them. That's, at least from state party perspective, I feel like that's a very important thing that we should be doing. And I feel like, it also creates equity concerns, particularly for marginalized communities who may not have experience dealing in such a setting, and it disproportionately affects them, particularly LGBTQ folks, women, delegates of color, and religious minorities. So we just have to be very, very mindful. And in 2024, we had to deal with addressing some of these issues with Colorado delegation, and I think this is not a good idea to produce a master list out there. And yes, it is public knowledge. Make it difficult for the press and PACs to get this information. That's all I'm saying.
Steve? Okay. Dania?
Thank you. I'd like to just, I appreciate your reasoning for wanting to have this in, but I do agree with Indira. In 24, we saw the security that we had to go through. In 25, we saw how elected officials were having people show up in their homes and death threats. I was one of those people that had to leave my home because we had a bomb threat and my whole street had to be evacuated. I believe that, yes, we want to share as much information as we can, but I think the delegates in those states should make that decision. If they want to do a press release, who is in their delegation would be more appropriate. I am uncomfortable putting this in our rules and saying that you have to do it. I think that should be an individual choice. I ran for office. I know that in running for office, there's an added responsibility that I have and an added exposure. But as Indira said, most people running to be a delegate are average Joe Blow citizens, moms and dads, and they don't expect to have advocacy groups or just some people who are just crazy showing up at their house threatening them and their families. I think we're putting our delegates in an unsafe environment if we make this part of our rules. So I would be not voting in favor of this.
Thank you. David?
I appreciate the concern, but it is also the case that all that's being proposed to be released is the name and jurisdiction and presidential preference of delegates. I don't have my copy of the charter in front of me. I mentioned parenthetically it's harder to find on the website these days. But our charter reflects a basic principle of the Democratic Party for accountability and transparency. And the most fundamental piece of accountability is knowing who your representative is. You don't necessarily need to know where they live. You don't necessarily need to know their phone number, but at least knowing who they are is a basic transparency. And while I, again, can appreciate the potential security concerns, as I'm hearing those concerns, I'm beginning to wonder, well, maybe we shouldn't allow cameras in the convention because people will be photographed. They might be seen wearing a button, and that might lead to harassment. And so we should pass a rule that we're no longer going to allow cameras to pan the crowd. We'll only keep the camera on the podium. I mean, you know, I just think it's a bare minimum of information, and I will vote to support it for that reason. So.
Michael?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would argue that much, if not all of this information is already available to the public, but scattered. People run for delegate in public meetings, and we already release this information. It's just to a limited audience of a couple thousand very well-connected people. And I don't recall hearing about any mass security threats to our delegates over the last couple cycles. I'm hearing, though, a lot of arguments today against our custom of even sharing this limited information with delegates. And I don't see any difference between sharing this information with 3,500 delegates, making the same exact limited information, the same document available through a website link. We're strengthening through this amendment transparency and institutional consistency. If we believe that this information promotes confidence in our convention process, and our long-standing practice strongly suggests that we do, then we should say so explicitly in these documents. Thank you.
Crystal?
I do appreciate what Michael is trying to do with this amendment, but I do have to agree with some of the other committee members just about, and disagree with David about, you know, that we're trying to, like, people want to know who their representatives are, but you do know who your representative are when we release the list of the name and the state. I think the more information you give about somebody, it makes it easier for someone who is a bad actor to find that person. So I do believe that having, you know, limited information is better if we're trying to protect our delegates. And I think that we all agree that we're living in very unsafe times, and we can't just dismiss that. These people aren't elected to public office. You know, this is an organizational election, to say the least. So I think name, state is sufficient. And in South Carolina, like a lot of states do, we send out a big press release. Here are our delegates. We're not hiding them, but I'm also not trying to put a target on their back either.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on Mike's amendment?
Madam Chair, I am willing to delete C, congressional district, if available, if that helps appease any safety concerns that my colleagues here have.
I'll leave it to the committee to decide, but it seems like it was a little bit broader than just that. But so if Leah? Question,
I don't, can you clarify what you mean when you say be made public? Because if the states are already doing press releases and so forth to announce that, so who else are we trying to get to when you say be made public?
Not every state releases their delegate names, and this is the temporary role that the Secretary already provides to all delegates. And I'm simply saying make the same document available that is already being made available to the delegates, to the public through a website link.
I'm really uneasy with this from my personal experience. I got so many threats in 2016. People came to my house where my nephews live. I wound up having to get armed security because people saw my name on the list and decided that they needed to come talk to me. So I'm really nervous about, and I'm a big girl, and I've been in politics a long time. I didn't want the security, but I was forced to. I'm concerned about regular Joe, Miss Lady, Sister Watermelon from my church who just happened to run. She's not prepared for any of that. And so I'm going to vote against it, although I just, from my personal experience, it was terrible. It was terrible just because I was a delegate. And the list, people found me. And I was afraid for my nephews when people showed up at my house. And they were mad at me because I was neutral, because I was running a convention. So they wanted me to pick a side, and I hadn't picked a side, and so they came to persuade me to pick a side.
Coleman?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And I just want to be clear that I am absolutely for transparency. My issue is that transparency cannot come at all cost. And that I don't want to forget in this conversation that we talk about, we can't say delegates as if there aren't real people behind that word. And that, again, I go back to what the good bishop just said. You should be able to run to be a delegate and be able to go to the grocery store and not have to look behind your back because you decided to become engaged in the political process. Those two things should not be at odds with one another. It should be left up to the individual states to share that information. And the idea that this committee would mandate that, frankly, is a bit of privilege that I think we should check ourselves on before we decide that that is a road we want to go down. I'm not comfortable with it. I try to not speak a lot in these meetings, so when I do, it's because I feel very strongly about it. I do not want to create an environment where people would then say, I'm just not going to do it. It's not worth it. I think we could create an environment where we would exclude people from being a part of this process. Because, as Indira said, they don't want to be doxxed, because they fear the moment that we're in, and they see that their party has actually made it harder for them to be a part of the process, not because their names aren't going to eventually be known, not because they fear being seen on camera in the hall or with a button, but because the way this information is shared in some way, shape, or form could be used in ways that, and by, again, what the bishop has said, have been used in ways that are nefarious. And so, again, I think I still don't understand what this is trying to solve for. I'm going to vote against this and kind of do what my big mama would say. Some of this time, we just have to make it plain. This does not make it plain. It actually convolutes things. And I would, again, urge to vote against this, and let's move on.
I'm sorry, Steph? No? Alicia?
I know, Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma, I know that a lot of this has been said, but I do feel like I need to bold and underline it. Someone said, and I didn't write down, that they hadn't heard about widespread threats. Just in this room, we've heard people saying, I personally had to have armed security for a while. We've heard folks who've had to have armed security. And so just in this room, at least 4 people have said that that's happened. So it is a real thing. And then I will also say that in my state, when we told our delegates that we were going to release a list of our delegates and celebrate it and honor them and blah, 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 I had people come to me and say, please don't put my name out because I live here. Please don't publish my name. Please don't do this. And when we put out our celebrating of our delegates, we left out some names. And then we had one delegate who didn't think to ask for her name to be redacted, but had folks in her yard when she came home from work. She dropped out and we had to replace her. And so I don't think that this is light. We sent the list, the complete list, to the Secretary's office and did everything that we needed to do, but in protecting our delegates, we limited what information we put out publicly that we could legally, according to the rules, to protect our delegates. So it is a real issue that I urge this body not to take lightly.
Thank you. Joanne?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. I just have a question for the Secretary. Did you say earlier that in addition to the 3,500 delegates, or however many delegates that get a copy of the list, that it's also available through your office upon request? Or no?
I know that it goes out. I was trying to find here quickly the 2024 email because it was in an entire packet that had welcome letters from our fabulous convention chair in it and others on it. I do not believe we released it to anyone else who asked for it.
Okay, thank you.
So seeing or hearing no further discussion, I think we'll move to a vote on this. All in favor of Michael's amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Nay. I think we're going to have to do a handheld up count because I couldn't tell.
Madam Chair, I don't think we have to do a handheld count. I'll withdraw. I heard the voices here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. So the amendment has been withdrawn. We're going to move on to Section 9C. Is there any amendments or discussion? Section 9D. Section 9E. Can we require what? Absolutely. It was a favorite. 9F. And Jim will take over.
Take over for a while, anyway.
Yes.
Section 9G. This is a provision that up until a couple of years ago, we never thought we'd actually deal with, but we have. Any comments or amendments? Section 9H. Section 9I. Section 9J. Section 9K. Section 9L. Section 9M. Section 9N. Section 9O. Section 9P, Section 9Q, Section 9R, Section 9S, Section 9T, Section 9U, that concludes our review of Article 9, believe it or not. And staff will update materials based on our discussion. And we'll move on to Appendix A, the relationship between the 2028 Rules of Procedures of the Credentials Committee and the 2028 Delegate Selection Rules. Will you give us an amendment, an overview?
Yes, thank you, sir. Appendix A contains the Credentials Committee Rules of Procedure as it relates.
The floor is open for discussion and amendments. We'll begin our discussion of Appendix A. Does anyone have any proposed amendments to Appendix A? Sham, is there a staff recommendation?
Members, following the conversation yesterday about removing the jurisdiction for the Credentials Committee, we found, as it relates to Rule 21, we felt it appropriate to include a reference to that in Appendix A, Section 1B2. It's highlighted on the screen for you.
Jan, will you move that recommendation?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Or amendment? Hearing none.
David just put his up. Oh, sir.
Go. David, do you have a comment?
The section relates to failure to implement a plan, but in light of the discussion yesterday, do we need something that relates to challenges that are based on a candidate campaigning in a state that violated the calendar? If we're bothering to, I mean, I appreciate the need to deal with the intersection, but if we're going to deal with it, don't we need to deal with it completely? That they don't have challenges, that they don't have any jurisdiction for challenges relating to violations. Well, I'm sorry, I can't draft that on the fly, but it strikes me that this is for violations of an approved plan, and all the penalties that we discussed yesterday are for actions that are not approved, taken in connection with non-approved stuff.
Do you want to return to this later with some language you've considered?
Or that staff and I have talked about, or Andy has explained to me, but someone is doing so.
I believe that would be a challenge that was brought before the RBC before the 56th day, if this was a challenge to the election of delegates based on presidential preference because the candidate wasn't eligible for delegates in that state. So that should be covered in the regulations, but we can confirm. The RBC's regulations, I mean.
I mean, I'll take your word for it for now, and if necessary, we can return to it in
We will check and
July in a
confirm.
cleanup, but yeah, I'm not.
Okay. You'll take Andy's word for it, and if you change your mind about that, you'll let us know.
She's a trustworthy person, and good.
All right. Anything else on Appendix A? Thank you, everyone. Staff will update materials based on this discussion if necessary. Now,
John's going to speak to B, C, and D.
okay, Sean.
Members, Appendix B, C, and D are not in your packets. They contain the allocation tables for the allocation of delegates and alternates, and the allocation of pages, and then the allocation of standing committee members. As it relates to the allocation of delegates, pages, and standing committee members, that was pending your approval of the total number. We will produce those and have them ready for you to view at our next meeting.
Where is he now?
Appendix C.
Yeah. All right, so let me confirm that no one had anything further on Appendix A. Or on that's all A. And so now we've just heard about Appendix E from Sean, right?
Those are the ones he will get back to us on.
Okay.
Appendix B, C, and D.
He's doing B, C, and D, and we're going to just go to Appendix E, and that'll be it.
So you'll be back to us on B, C, and D.
Yes. Appendix E is the presidential candidate written affirmation, and this will be the last page of the back of your packet.
Okay. I think we're up to our closing remarks.
Is there any further discussion on the presidential candidate written affirmation?
We're not done with the whole document. We still have to go back to pages. It's going to take us a little while to do the math because we have to do some of the allocations.
David?
Accidentally had the sign up, so.
Oh, good. Well, if there's no further discussion on the presidential candidate written affirmation, we do have some, where was it? Oh, Wendy, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Wendy Davis from Georgia. I didn't know if, given our lengthy discussion about making sure the candidates knew that they had to abide by the rules or there would be penalties, if we needed to add a reference to that in this I know what I have to do form that we're asking them to fill out. I don't have specific language for it, and if it's already there, I apologize. It was a question to the body. Like yesterday, we spent a great deal of time talking about creating penalties for candidates who violated our rules. And I didn't know if we needed to add stronger language to this thing that they have to sign. So when they come back and say they didn't know, we can say, but you signed the thing that said you did know. Just a thought. Maybe we can, somebody can look at it and see if we need to add it for next time. Just.
Thank you.
I'd like to endorse that suggestion. Maybe if staff could consider adding a sentence that says, and I acknowledge that I'm subject to the delegate selection rules and to potential sanction for violation of those rules. Something like that, that's the same thing as saying, I acknowledge that in submitting this form, I understand the national chair may say I'm not even eligible to run as a Democrat. But just proof if we later get into an argument that, yes, you knew that there was a rule, you knew there were potential sanctions, whatever decision you made to violate them was obviously a conscious decision. You had, we don't have to add in all the briefings and everything else, but just that they're aware there is a rule, there are sanctions that could be imposed on them.
Go ahead, please.
Just to confirm, you're moving that language?
I'm endorsing the suggestion. I'm again reluctant to draft on the fly, but I would appreciate it if for the July meeting or something, or for a virtual meeting in between, we could come up with a sentence to that effect. So, yeah.
Jamie?
Right now, we already say Rule 13. I'm subject to the provisions of Rule 13.k. Rule 21.c, if we were to add that there, essentially says, I'm subject to that. It applies to everything. It says they acknowledge that they know the rules. So I'll make a motion to add, where it says Rule 13.k, I'll say Rule 21.c.
Is there a second for Jamie's?
Second.
Second. Is there discussion? David?
I don't think that's sufficient, because if I was a candidate not yet truly familiar, Rule 13K, I think, is the one that says that I can be decided that I'm not eligible or something. But Rule 21C, if we're going to mention it, we should mention, and I can be fined or sanctioned or lose delegates or whatever. It's a totally different kind of subject. I would make it a separate sentence.
If I were to take that and add, and its sanctions to 21.c and its sanctions, would that be sufficient for your concerns?
Can I make a recommendation? Because I actually think this is so important and it's going to transmit. And I think David was right. We don't want to workshop it on the fly. And if there's some, small group that want to get together and make some recommendations around this, I think it would.
We've got at least probably a virtual meeting between now and then
That's
for
right.
non-controversial subjects, and then we've got the July meetings. There's plenty of time to deal with this one.
In that case, I'll withdraw for that next meeting.
Thank you, Jamie.
Madam Co-Chair, may I add just a little bit to this conversation? Sure. I know when I get a contract or a document to sign, and it specifically says the thing on page 12 and the thing on page 13, before I sign it, I go look at page 12 and 13 to see what I'm committing to. And the fact that we call it out, someone running for president, I cannot imagine, wouldn't say, ooh, what's 21C? I think that we are, it feels like maybe we're overcomplicating it.
So is there any further discussion, since we're going to have more discussion around this written affirmation? If there is none, I'm afraid to tell you the meeting and the business has been conducted, and I thank you so very much, and it has been adjourned. And so, well, let me just give you some follow-up here. We'll be meeting again in July. I'm sure you love that, but it's virtual, July 23rd and 24th. And so, no, it'll be virtual.
The in-person meeting.
Oh, that's in person. Oh, that's in person in Washington. That's right. Oh, my God.
Virtual for me, but in person.
Oh, my God. I was thinking about Jim. He's going to be virtual. Yes, it'll be in person. So is it?
Virtual meeting on the 18th,
It's the 18th.
then in person on the 23rd and 24th.
Yes, I was jumping ahead of myself. I was trying to get you guys to virtual, I'm sorry, and I skipped over virtual, got to the meeting. So the virtual meeting is July 18th, and the in-person meeting is in DC, July 23rd and 24th. I guess I'm tired.
Do we have a time for the meeting on the 18th?
Yes. So before we go, I'd like to thank the staff, especially Zoe from from the Office of Secretary and Party Affairs. And I also want to thank our interpreters and our court reporter for assisting us today. If there's no further discussion, I don't know if the chairman has anything he'd like to say before we leave? Oh, Joanne does.
I just wanted to know if we had a time set for the meeting on the 18th.
12 to 2.
Yes, 12 to 2.
Thank you.
Eastern. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor? I'm sure there's no, the ayes have it.
That was a kind of weak eye.